not really an active part, I would say, in it, you know.
Yes.
No, but it is, I would say it is a little bit exaggerated from Weissman. This is very surprising for me that Weissman doesn't mention him at all.
I do not mention it at all. אחת, שתיים, שלוש, ארבע, חמש, שש, שבע, שמונה, תשע, 10. אחת, הקלטת עדותו של אינג'ינר אנדרי שטיינר על שואת יהדות סלובקיה ועל כל התקופה הזאת. המראיין ישעיהו ילינק, היום 21 למרץ 1964, הרעיון נעשה בביתו באטלנטה, ג'ורג'יה שבארצות הברית. שפת הרעיון עברית. Mr. Steiner, will you please say now in short your curriculum vitae and speak about the time of the war, everything what you remember, please.
I am Andrei Steiner, born in 1908 in Dunajska Streda, Slovakia. After my middle schools, I finished the Technical University in Brno, where I established my practice as independent architect and stayed there till 1938. And in 1938 I came back to Slovakia. If you don't mind, I would like to say a few words about my experience with the Germans in Brno, because it is interesting and maybe has some influence in my experience how certain possibilities are and how you can work with Germans and do something which maybe otherwise I wouldn't have dared to do. As the Germans occupied Brno, I was just in the process of finishing 3 apartment houses for a man called Hecht. And Hecht was a Belgian consul and left the country. For I don't know which reasons, he left in the bank a note that beside him only I should be able to sign checks to pay his the bills for the house. The 3 houses have been immediately taken by the Gestapo, and seemingly for the German correctness, even the German Gestapo through the building period sent all the bills for me to be signed. In correction, my father-in-law was one of the leading citizens in Brno, and he left to England because we know that something may happen to him. So he not being in England, quite a few Gestapo researchers came into my house, and I lived all the time in this time in my father-in-law's house. And after one of these Gestapo researchers, they took me into the Spielberg, not in Spielberg, in one of the prisons. And why I'm telling this little history for the Gestapo before and the house from Hecht, because it is more or less maybe what saved my life. Someday I was I was left out. The big surprise is the only one from the whole prison cell, and I was freed. I had no idea what was the reason, and next day I had already a telephone call from the Gestapo that I should immediately come to see them. And I don't remember the name of this Gestapo man who was in charge of this Hecht houses and Hecht money. But he told me that he had to arrange for my releasing from the jail, because I needed my signature to pay out salaries for the houses, and I wanted me to finish the three homes. Through this connection, I got together with this man quite often, and suddenly I saw that beside completely just hate of Jews, even some type of understanding was possible to develop. It developed so much that this man told me that they leave me out from the prison only so long that the last bill is going to be paid with my signature. And he wants to show me a friendship and appreciation of my person, I don't know what it was, that he told me that I should, even before I signed the last bill and sent it to the Gestapo, I should be, as a Slovak, should immediately to go away from Brno, because I would be immediately taken to prison and there is no return from there on. And this is what he did for me as some gesture of friendship. He even gave me, without any trouble, a so-called permit to leave Bohemia. Truth of the matter is, this was really true. We did it, I followed his advice. We sent the last checks with my signature from the railroad station from Brno, which rail we went back to home to Bratislava. And my mother-in-law, who stayed in Brno, wrote us a few days later that really true, that a few days later the Gestapo came and was looking for me. Why I want to tell you is that this experience which I had, and many other things which I saw, that there have been certain, how do you call it, to give, can you,
Yes. So,
is it not too far if I speak from here?
no, it's good, it's very well. You can speak.
Yeah, and this I mentioned only because I saw that sometimes with a certain type of frankness and certain type of strength by negotiation with this Gestapo was my experience, that I could force him to listen to me instead of just standing in front of him like a little nobody before the big Gestapo German. Then this is really, that is the reason why I mentioned, because I think this influenced me, my experience and my daring with Vyslitseny, which was so much help in our work in Slovakia. In Bratislava, as I came back, I worked again for, I think, for a year or so with a friend of mine, architect Szörny. And
how you say his name?
Szörny.
Szörny.
Szörny. He was an architect friend of mine with whom together. S-Z-Ö-N-Y-E.
Ah, yes, thank you.
And I worked with him for many, many years and editing art magazine called Forum.
Forum. Yes.
And he knew that that I am now coming back without having anything, and he was really nice enough to me to tell him, come sit down in my office and work with me. This gave just a very little possibility to earn some money, and I don't remember now for sure which day and how, because in spite of going and telling you too much what I know about my private life, because this is not what you are interested in, I would like to go quickly through how I joined this UG office, and how the different work which I tried to do for the Jewish community was how this transition came from completely private life on this type of life. There was a Jewish bureau which you mentioned before, which I didn't have any connection yet, but quite a few of my friends had connection to this Jewish bureau. I think my first connection to this, to the organized or not organized Jewish bureau, I don't even know whether it was already called UG or was it another name, was in connection with activities where the Jewish organization tried to get as much people out from Slovakia as possible and get them to Israel. This was the so-called Umschulungskurse, which was, as I remember, was organized by the Zionist organization, and mainly Dr. Neumann was very active in it. Some of the transport, as we know, have been constant, and Bratislava was such a station where Jews even from Moravia and from other places came, and from there they have been shipped, and from there they carried and they went further out down into Romania and in Greek and in other places. This was the first activity which I started now to try to get back again into the Jewish life. Later, the UG was organized, and I am really not able to remember. That was in 1940, 1941, that my work for the state resort places and my work as an architect. Oh, wait a bit, now I think it starts to come back. Szörnyi was working as an architect in Piešťany. And in Piešťany, I went with him a couple of times, and Piešťany this time was still in the hand of his owner, who was a Jew. What was his name? No, anyway, Piešťany later was taken away, and the directorship of Piešťany was given to a director of the state resort places. I'm still later going to remember his name, whom I met once in Piešťany. Through him, I got involved and tried to work for the state resort places. And this was a connection which I want to mention here now, because this was the first Slovak state connection, which I tried to use for my activities later in connection with the UG. How I came to the UG and what made me and what type of role I played there in the beginning, I really don't know, but I think it was in connection with Dr. Neumann's Umschulung and some Arbeitsbeschaffung department. I don't know how he called it. From there, I think I helped him to organize some of the Jewish work camps. If I remember well, one of the work camps was doing some railroad work. Another work camp did some work with so-called stavebne društvo, where maybe you can help me. What was the name of this Jewish Baumeister was there, whom I too knew as a builder and architect, and he was working in the stavebne društvo. He was a Jewish Krasniansky. Krasniansky. Yes, Krasniansky's brother, Krasniansky, who was in the Zionist organization, he had a brother, and he was working in the stavebne društvo in a very leading position. Now, Krasniansky built a housing group, maybe 100 small little homes, and he needed in this time everywhere we tried to get some places where could we place certain Jewish groups who have some quality work or some background for do some special work and get away from the so-called concentration or concentration thing. There was no deportation yet. And I think through this more or less technical background, which Neumann didn't have, he asked me I should join him and start now to work with him on helping him to organize this. I don't even know now how come, but I have to remember now, I have to bring in now a name called Petchuk. And Petchuk was directly responsible for some of the organization of this work groups. And through Petchuk, he was the first Slovak official whom I got in contact, in connection with this work groups. Petchuk was in the Minister of Interior directly responsible for this to Kosovo. And this is again how the first time I heard about Dr. Kosovo. In this Petchuk, for a reason to make all our work conditions as good as possible, I developed a quite intimate meetings, and my system was all the time that if I if I want something from somebody, I don't want to meet him only in his office. I wanted to get a little bit more to the human being and appeal to his human qualities in trying to achieve some concessions. And so I invited one Petchuk into my home and tried to make it understood by him that we would be willing to be helpful to him if he would be very willing to be helpful to us. And so, to my biggest surprise, he seemingly was very prepared for that. I remember that it was in my home, which was directly above the UG office, and he very frankly told me that, Andrei, so how much? So he made it very easy to me to start with a so-called
bribe.
Bribe. It was very easy to start with a bribe because he asked me directly, yes, okay, he's willing to work with us and help us, and I should tell him so how much it is. I told him very frankly that I'm going to speak with Dr. Neumann and see what we can do. I really don't remember now, was this time only Dr. Neumann whom I said, or who else? I think it was Gizzy Fleischmann already who know about it, that Petchuk would be willing to help us and make some conditions better if we are willing to pay him. So we agreed that we are going to pay Petchuk every month, I think, it was in the beginning just a few $100. From this, I don't know how much, I still remember now how long it was with these work groups before the now I remember. In this time, having this experience by the work groups, suddenly I think the deportation started already. And if I remember, it was I was walking with my wife along the Danube, and I told her that what about if I would try now through this connection which I already have. It was Petchuk, the director for the state resort places, and through Petchuk to Kosovo, to convince them to make a working group where we would do certain jobs for the state resort places. I could design everything what they need, and the workplaces could execute everything what they need. If those who would be there in these work camps would be completely kept out and assured for the concentration, for deportation. Petchuk discussed this with Kosovo, as I remember, and Kosovo was willing to think about it. And I think that Petchuk and Kosovo one day called me that I should come with them out and look 3 places together and surveyed for them places. It was Novaki and Serad this time, whether it would be possible to build there some concentration camps or the work camps for this purpose. So Koso, Pechu, I don't know who was there because I remember somebody else was with me. I don't know whether somebody from the Jewish group was with me too. Went out and traveled to Novaki and Serad. Novaki was even very interesting because we had a little mishap with our car, but nothing special happened. And I was given the job to immediately to make layouts and the remodeling proposals for Novaki and Serad. The idea was that if in a certain time we are able to show that the work which we are doing there is adequate for self-supporting, we will have all the assurance not to be included in the deportation. I remember that I reported this was still under the time that Starosta was Sebestyén, and under the Sebestyén time I reported about this to the UŽE Presidium. If I remember, it was mainly Shala Gross and others from the Orthodox group who said that it is absolutely a foolish idea and I should not give not any helping hand, because they considered it as one of the other tricks from the Slovaks, that is going to be only just a concentration which is going to help them to prepare any time if they want to have a special transport or a transport or use it as a feeding place for if somebody was lacking to fulfill the number of the transports. I was a little bit more enthusiastic about it, and I seemingly believed in it more, but beside my believing in it, that the Slovaks tried to have it as a type of alibi. This was my impression. But on the other hand, I was thinking too that if deportation really is going on, so sooner or later we are going to be in it anyway. So it is I didn't see any risk to give it a try and to see whether it's going to happen, whether it's going to work in a way as I saw it, or going to work like the others have been afraid of. One of the first things which I faced was the following. We were supposed to get from the Stavebne društvo the job of, I think, around 150 or 200 big staircases.
Excuse me, only one question. Stavebne društvo or stavebna sprava?
Stavebne društvo. Stavebna sprava is something else. Stavebne društvo was this društvo which worked for the state resort places, and Krasnjansky was there.
Yes.
And this work, the first steps which I'm speaking about, was to be delivered to Stavebne društvo for a group of homes, and I think it was around 100 steps or so. It was a very, very big job. For this we needed money. So where to get the money? If I remember, the following thing happened. The Stavebne društvo wanted to have a guarantee from the Ústřední Židov that we are going to start and deliver to a certain date with these steps. Without this, Stavebne društvo was not willing to give us any money which was necessary to buy the necessary tools. I told about Neumann that I need this type of guarantee, and Dr. Ehrenfeld, I think, now I remember, I said Dr. Ehrenfeld knew about it. The UŽE Presidium refused to give me this guarantee letter, and so I think it's only Dr. Neumann is the only one who knows about it. Later I told this to Gizzi and to others too, but I myself wrote this letter on UŽE paper. I got the UŽE paper from Dr. Ehrenfeld in the office, and I took the stambilia from the UG and falsificated the signature too, just to get the necessary so-called guarantee letter, and gave this false guarantee letter to Krasnyansky, and he again gave us money enough to be able to buy the tools which was needed for the Serad Tabor. In connection with the Serad Tabor, I want to say that Dr. Mandler, Kurt Mandler, who was a good friend of mine from Brno.
Or Mandler?
Kurt Mandler.
Mm-hmm.
You bring this word Mandler into it. A lot of people told me how come that because having the possibility to send leaders into the work camps, why did I send on to Serad Mandl and to Mandler down to Novaki? This was very simple. Both I knew from Brno. Both have been excellent, very successful businessmen, and Dr. Mandler especially was one of the outstanding engineers and organizers in one of the biggest Czechoslovakian in Vitkovitz. So naturally I knew very well that success can be done only if we have excellent leaders. And that's why I asked Mandel, Kurt Mandel, who was working in the same department with Dr. Neumann and with me, that he should organize this working camp, especially the Tischlerei, as we called it, the carpentry in carpentry shops in Serad, and Dr. Mandler should try to organize the Tabor in Novaki, so I could know that I have it in excellent hands, honest hands, where we know that money and everything could be given in good faith, and it would be in good hands. Mandel was tremendously helpful by buying, it was, as now I remember, it was an exhibition, Dunajski Veletrh was at the same time going on.
The Danubian Fair.
The Danubian Fair was going on at the same time, and a Swiss firm had excellent tools there. And at this time we already selected two very fine carpenters and cabinet makers. One, I forgot their names now, but I will remember. Especially two I would like to mention who have been tremendously helpful to secure the tools. In a few days the tools have been shipped from this Danube to Serad, and what nobody believed, in a few weeks later we had already put every tool there and we had been ready to do, and we immediately got the different carpenters and cabinet makers, Jewish cabinet makers, into the Tabor, and started to fabricate these steps. Into the camp, and started to fabricate these steps. The steps have been delivered in time, the steps have been very good in quality, and this was our first big success. And why I'm pointing out this, because this was a success on which I built up the organization of everything else in Serad and in Novaki. We immediately...
Why do you not mention Vihnya?
Vihnya was, I think, later.
Mm-hmm.
Vihnya came a little bit later, but first was only Serad and Novaki.
Mm-hmm.
In all these things, Pechuk was especially helpful. Pechuk this time already was proud that he is doing something, and we try to educate him to it, that he should not look at it like something which is done for the Germans. He should try to build it up for the Slovak, and I wanted to explain to him that if he's helping us to keep the work camps is something which helps the Slovak industry and is helping to build up the Slovak state, it is really worthwhile to give all the assurance, because I was after to do anything what I could to assure that these work camps should be really an exemption of deportation. And if I remember, I think Pechuk really did a very big help to speak in these terms, especially with Kosovo. in connection with this, Kosovo spoke with the director of the state resort places, who already was prepared by me that the state resort places who had in Sliac a big job from new furnishing from a newly built hotel. And I tried to convince the director of the state resort places that again Serad on later Novaki could be helpful to deliver for the state resort places this furniture and later anything else, and work for them, and it's going to be cheaper if they would have put it out to the normal bidding procedure and to the normal Slovak market. He was interested, and he promised me too that he is going to speak with Kosovo, that he would be willing to do this. Again, why I mention this, because these have been the two big jobs which we needed to bring really the work camps on a self-sufficient basis, because Kosovo too and Pechuk both said that this is the first condition. I don't know whether it is true, but they all the time quoted that it was Mach's condition was that he is willing to allow it and permit it only if it doesn't cost the Slovak government a penny to have this group there. So naturally for us it was that as quick as we can, this work camp should be self-sufficient. Now, this was successful too. We started to work for the state resort places and constantly have been working. From the
המשך עדותו של אינג'ינר שטיינר על שואת יהדות סלובקיה, הצד השני של סרט הראשון.
Why I'm speaking maybe so much and only about the work camps, because my first years in the UJ have been, I would say, really only working with Dr. Neumann and only organizing these work camps. And I really believed in the work camp that it could be one of the few retarding or Rettungsaktion, salvation and salvation help, which could be one of the vehicles to save a lot of Jewish life in Slovakia and keep them in Slovakia instead of letting them be deported. I think this activity brought me together with some of the Slovak officials, which slowly led to my being included a little bit in different work, because all the time somebody had to ask something, and if somebody knew that a Jew had an entrance to Pechuk and to Kosovo and the ministerium and so on, so naturally it was exposed that I got slowly different other things to submit to Kosovo and to ask Pechuk and then through Pechuk and Kosovo somebody else to do some certain favors. And somehow, I don't know how it happened, that really sometimes this I was able to make it successfully. Maybe the successful interventions which I did already in this time was the basis that some of the other Jewish leaders started to come to me and ask me so different other things. I should try to do this and to do that. But in this time, and even later, I myself concentrated in anything what I just could for the organization of the work camps and making the work camps really successful, because I knew that the success is basic, staying there or not to stay there. In this, I don't remember now what was the reason that the third Vishnya camp was organized. Was it something which we, the UJ, asked for, or was it for somebody else came? If I remember, somehow it seems to me that Vishnya, which was a completely neglected state resort place, I am not so sure whether it was not through my connection to the state resort places that somehow in one of conversation with Kosovo came up why we, instead of building, because we have been constantly enlarging and building in Sered and Novaki, so why not, instead of building in these two places, why I should go to see Vishnya, where that is neglected and abandoned state resort place could be used for another work camp. So I went there and looked at it and saw it immediately that it would be better there like any of the other bases, because it was a beautiful surrounding and a beautiful landscaping. It was much freer. So the whole thing, in my opinion, after I saw immediately that is the best work camp possibility which we had in Slovakia. And naturally I came back and told Pečuk and to Kosovo that it would be very fine to do it over there. Somehow in the same time, my uncle, Dr. Engineer Bis, who was a chemic.
Dr. Engineer Bis.
Yeah.
Your uncle.
Yeah, yes. He's an uncle of mine, and he had a chemical factory in Bratislava. To this time, his arizator, he had some difficulty with him, and his arizator put him in jail. And I needed again, just as I had an excellent man in Novaki, an excellent man in Sered, very good different dzielnias, how do you call it, workshops, different shops. Some of them already started to be really successful. I wanted to have something as a basic shop in Vishnya too, where I was sure it's going to be successful. And this, I don't remember the details, how I achieved it, that Dr. Bis could go out from his jail and was deported or was sent to Vishnya. And I told Dr. Bis that I'm going to be helpful only to him if after he comes to Vishnya he stays without even trying to get out again through his connections. But if I'm helpful to him, he must be helpful and help me to make Vishnya just as successful like the others. I think this worked out very fine too. Dr. B stayed in Vishnya, organized there a chemical shop, which was very quickly very successful, and again was the basis of the self-sufficient working conditions in Vishnya. Can we stop now? Something is prepared that if the whole uprising comes, that the Tabor will be prepared with groups of partisans to join something which happens.
So, will you please say from the very beginning?
So I don't want to go into too much detail about the different work for these work camps, because from there on it was just a routine work to try to get jobs for the work camps, see to it that the work camps are successful, see to it that Kosovo and Visliceni and the others who this time already agreed that they exist and took it as a successful undertaking. Sometimes they have been even proud of it, as it would have been their own doing. But very soon, naturally, this whole work camp became the scene for some other activities which have been in the hand of the Zionist youth organizations. Especially it was Dax, Juri Faher.
Juri Faher.
No, Puffy. Was Puffy his name? What was his name?
Faher, but not Juri Faher.
Faher. What was his name? I don't know. Faher, sure it was Faher, was Dax was there. And then it was Erwin Steiner was there. And who was the first? Reves, Juri Reves. Juri Reves was there.
You know which one was Juri Reves? Juri Reves was a lawyer.
Juri Reves was a lawyer. He was the older one, and he had a younger brother, I think. And he was.
There was three brothers.
Three, I knew only two. Juri Reves was the man, and that told me that I would like to send. So, first of all, organize the groups.
Can I interrupt you?
Go ahead, please.
You have, I'm afraid you are wrong at least in two men. Because not Yuri Reves and not Moshe Dax didn't work anything in this thing.
Is it so? Now, is it possible that they have been coming to me and asked me to be helpful?
It's possible that other Reves, but not Yuri Reves.
Reves?
Is Pufi Reves and Peretz Reves.
No, it must have been Pufi Reves. But even if Pufi Reves was working, I am sure that Pufi Reves came because I know that I didn't know before Pufi Reves, but I knew very well Yuri Reves. So it was logical that if something from somebody wanted to have something in the camps, he came to me. And it was definitely more logical for Pufi Reves to come to me with Yuri Reves, whom he knew that I was very often together with him. So I'm pretty sure that even if Yuri Reves was not directly involved in the work in the so-called underground work but I heard about this work through Yuri Reves.
And Moshe Dax?
And Moshe Dax spoke with me about it too. And possibly even this, because I told both them that so far as I'm concerned, they should feel completely free to do anything what they want, because I remember they have been correct enough to come to me for the following reason. They believe too that the work camps are very important, like a so-called what we call the action,
salvation action.
Salvation or self-salvation, or self-help or something like that. And they didn't want to do anything where they would have had the feeling that they are eventually endangering it. And the reason why they came to me was only just to tell me that I intend to do something like that, and whether I feel that it could endanger the existence of the work camps. If I remember, I told them, they didn't tell me even absolutely frankly that they start to send out guns and munition and so on. First they started out with so-called exercises, and they started out with exercises like fire prevention and things like that, but with work with sticks and so on. So the question
places?
It was in Novaki and Sered.
You are sure that Novaki and Sered, both of them?
No, Sered was for absolutely sure, and Novaki was absolutely sure they did it there, and Sered came later. Because Novaki was so much bigger that it was much easier to do in Novaki, and Sered was harder to do, as I remember.
And who did it in Novaki?
I don't know. This is what I'll tell you why I didn't know in the details. The one condition which I asked both, that I told them that I don't think there's any danger involved, just the contrary, they should do it, but not to endanger that eventually something happens. I should not know about anything, that if I would eventually be questioned by Koso or by anybody else or by Visliceni, I should be able, under even big pressure, say, no, I don't know. But, and I think it was very correct from both of them, that didn't involve me more, and they have been satisfied that I know that what goes on, and I knew that they could rely on our help. The only thing what they asked me to do, and I did, was that the Novaki lager, and I think we discussed it, I don't know whether I discussed it with Mandla, but I discussed it with Pechu, and Pechu had to go down and get permission from the so-called Velityer, from the commander from the two lagers, that they should not object to it, that the youth make some exercises and things like that.
Do you know perhaps the name of Elo Gross?
Yeah. Elo Gross was one of the partisans too, and Elo Gross was organizing. I knew about that.
Where?
I think he was in Novaki. Yeah.
Do you know which group he was? He was any movement, youth movement?
I don't remember now, but if I remember well, he was one of the socialistic group movements. I don't know which one he belonged.
And Yuri Spitzer?
Yuri Spitzer, yeah, I remember him. Yuri Spitzer was working in it too.
And do you know perhaps in which movement he was?
No. don't remember. If you would tell me which have been the more, no, I really don't know. Jewish pizza was this heavy, a little bit heavy, big, strong fellow. No, I don't remember which one it was.
So anyway, this is what you know, you remember about the underground, about the
preparations.
Preparation and so.
That's right.
You know something about the Jewish soldier camps?
Jewish soldier camps?
Mm-hmm.
When?
Like in Svati Yur or in Zohor? Nothing.
When
Kostolna.
what type of soldier camps was it?
This,
which time was that?
This is young men who go to army and instead to have exercises with weapons, with guns,
yeah.
they worked. They was used to work. For Svati Peter.
Svati Peter. No, but it was much before deportation time, wasn't it?
Not. So you anyway.
No, I don't remember.
No. It's all what you remember about camps?
I think what you are beside the normal, just what I told you, that the whole thing after the camps was already just a normal working routine to get job and to see to it that everything went smoothly. What is interested in connection with our underground work later, I don't think there's anything is much more important, anything could be added to the whole thing. If you have some special questions, maybe I could answer.
I will not interrupt you in this. I will ask my question in the end.
Yeah.
So please move to other point. What do you think in your?
No, I would very much like to go now from there on. This whole camp. This is what brought me together. First of all, as I mentioned to you, with different officials. This was what I became known from by Vyslitseny, because Vyslitseny knew that the work camps are organized by Steiner. So this was the reason that I came together with him. And someday Hochberg came to me and told me that I will have to go out and see Vyslitseny and report to him about the activities of the work camp. This was my first meeting with Vyslitseny. And
when it was?
I really don't, whether it was 42 or I really don't know for sure.
Yes.
But it was in the so-called Hochberg's highest point, because Hochberg again wanted to, seemingly what he tried to do, to show that how strong and something like that. I really didn't know what was behind it that he got me together with that. But through the work camps, I got together with Waszek too. Through the work camps, I got together with Mrs. Mach and through her with Mach. So Mr. Mach. Yes. So these are the reasons why I wanted to show that we use the whole thing slowly to build up certain connections which we used in our so-called underground movement and trying to prevent deportation in Slovakia and the different other activities which we tried. This activity of mine brought me together with certain people in the UJ who haven't been very satisfied with the work as the UJ worked, the official UJ was working. And in this speaking and discussing, so suddenly I think it was a very spontaneous group, how we got together, this what we call the so-called work group. Gizzy Fleischmann and Neumann have been the Zionists. So very often after the day was over, from my office I went down and spoke with Gizzy. Now Dr. Neumann sometimes came down. Suddenly, in connection with the kosher food, I got together with the Orthodox
What do you think you say the kosher food?
The kosher food was that someday the Orthodoxy came to me and asked me to get permission in the camps to have next to the normal kitchen a kosher kitchen too. First, I really laughed about this proposal. I think it was before Rabbi Weissmantel came to me. Somebody else came for me. I don't know whether it was Grünhut or was somebody else, but I'm pretty sure that very soon, first I was not very sympathetic to the whole thing because I was afraid that I'm asking for something here which is, number one, too hard to achieve. Number two, in my opinion, was very unimportant because I was thinking that we are facing here a life-death struggle, so what? Do we have kosher or not kosher? What does it mean? Nothing. And I was first very against it even to try. And I have to speak about this because this was my first encounter and meeting Weissmantel, Rabbi Weissmantel. And Rabbi Weissmantel came to me once and told me that he was told that I'm not willing to fight for this kosher kitchen and so on. And he came to me because he just couldn't believe it, he told me. And the discussion and the arguments, especially how this Rabbi Weissman looked at me and tried to influence me, and I will never forget how he put his hand on my shoulder and he said, Andrei, I'm sure you will do it, and you will see you will get it too. And this soft blue eye like a saint influenced me so much that next day immediately I went to Kosovo and went to Pechuk, I told naturally Weissmantel is going to cost money, and he told me that anything what we are going to need for this special purpose we will have. So I had the possibility to tell Pechuk that his monthly bribe is going to be increased by so and so much if he's willing to fight this out for me. And he really did, and I think it was not too long, maybe in a week time or so. He spoke with Vasek, he spoke with Kosovo, and we got the principal permission to establish a kosher kitchen in the work camps.
Yes.
Yeah, pardon?
Work camps.
In the work camps.
Yes.
So why I wanted to emphasize this, because this is the reason how I met Weissmantel. So after this, Weissmantel used to come to my office again just to sit down and chat with me, and immediately I felt that I liked him. I would say I didn't even like him, I loved him, and I considered him as a wonderful person, in spite of it that he came with his torn and dirty and kaftan and all other thing. I immediately saw that behind this ugly face a very, very beautiful human being was behind, and I tell very frankly that in my work later, where I sometimes did certain things which have been so daring, which I was afraid myself, I did it tremendously under the influence of Rabbi Weissmantel and his asking me, because I was not able even to say anything no anymore to him. I don't know what kind of, maybe it was a little bit magic influence which we had, and I know that in certain times really I would consider it a certain type of magic influence which he had on me. And I remember now, and I consider this a beautiful moment, that Weissmantel seemingly liked my work too, and once he told me, Andrei, you have just one failure, you are not an Orthodox. If you would be Orthodox, it would be wonderful. But only his willingness to forget about me as I'm not, it was really one of the finest compliments which I ever got into my work, which I did. Why I mentioned now my first meetings with Rabbi Weissmantel, and how I went down into the office to Gizi Fleischmann and with Neumann, we started now to have some very much more intimate discussions. From these different meetings came our discussions and speaking about the impossible situation in the UG, the official UG, who was they have been willing to try down something and really work for the better situation, and we had the feeling that we should try to do something. I don't know whether we already started about stopping the deportation, or did we started only to speak about help for those who are outside. But anyway, I remember that in this different discussion with Weissmandl, with Gysi and Neumann, and with Dr. Kovac, who used to go in this time already to Waszek and to Kosovo with me, sometimes alone, we constantly said the situation starts to be unbearable, because very often, even in our work, we have been hampered with some of the official UG people and the I don't know what type of officials they have been elected, but sometimes the UG officials, I would say. From this activity, we started to analyze once this whole situation, and Dr. Kovac and me pointed out very strongly that we think that Hochberg's being the contact man to Wisliceni is one of our weakest points. Rabbi Weissman, as I remember, thought, and he worked very seriously on Hochberg to get Hochberg on as a good co-worker with us, and tried to get him together in our group, because we knew that Hochberg intends to be in it. Dr. Kovac and I was very much against it, because we had all the time the feeling that instead of having somebody coming to us, everything what we are going to do will be sometimes told to Wisliceni, and we are going to have a traitor, as some of us considered Hochberg, right into in our group, whom we considered the activities of our group should be as less known, especially not known to the German Berater. In some of the discussions, the idea came up, again, especially by Dr. Kovac and by me, that if we know, and later I think the Gysi Fleischmann was the first who agreed with this analysis, that if the weakest point is Wisliceni and weakest point is Hochberg, so we have to get rid of Hochberg. And we said very frankly that if we are going to get rid of a Jewish boy who is endangering our position, because we all the time said we must have much better entrance to the Germans, because the beginning of all the different Befehle, how to call it?
Orders.
The different orders to the Slovak governments basically comes from the Germans. So if we want to go and start to really something, a helping action, we must have an excellent entrance to the German. The only other beside Hochberg to the Wisliceni was Dr. Neumann. And I have to tell very frankly that by different discussions, even with Gysi Fleischmann and Rabbi Weissmandl, we absolutely agreed that Dr. Neumann was not strong enough to be in this position from Wisliceni. And by the next best was my connection, because I was the only one who had entrance already to Wisliceni and knew Wisliceni to this time already. And we started now to speculate what to do. So Tibor Kovac and I proposed, so let's organize and let's get rid of Hochberg. And after we get him away from there, it is logical that Wisliceni is going to call somebody, and whether he is going to call Dr. Neumann, is going to call me. But even if he's called Dr. Neumann, instead of him, I would go there and try to be the so-called connection between especially the so-called work group or the UG to Wisliceni instead of Hochberg. This was our scheme, which we tried to achieve. This we achieved through, I don't know who did it for us, that we did some fake through the police department for Bratislava. We had a very good connection to the director of the police department, and we arranged that the police department took Hochberg put him in jail. I don't remember now what was I think Julie Reves was helping to organize it, because Julie Reves had excellent connection, and if I am not mistaken, it was, now what was the name, we called it the adjutant from Weissmandl. Stern, that's right. I think it was Stern and Julie Reves who helped us.
What was it, Stern? No.
Not Stern, no.
Stern.
Stern.
Yes.
Anyway, somebody from because the Orthodox group had wonderful connections to the police, for the police chief. And through this connection, we achieved that the police took one day, took the Hochberg and put him in jail. Now, and really what happened is exactly what we expected. That Wislitzeny was in rage, and he called immediately to the UG that what we did, and Steiner or Neumann should immediately come to see him. So this was my first confrontation with Wislitzeny, and I think if before I went there, I had a long talk with Gysi naturally and with Weissmandl. And again, Weissmandl's urging into me gave me the strength which was basic of my very frank relation which I was able to build up with Wislitzeny. And Weissmandl came to me and told me again with really something which was really magic for me, that I should realize what this really means, and I will have God's help to do everything what I think it could be done, even if it sounds nearly impossible, because for this connection is going to happen whether we are able to build and able to achieve something what we try to do and try to be helpful.
Yes.
Yeah?
Yes, it's okay.
Now, this little thing is where really, if I remember that I did it, I don't even believe today that it's really true. But truth of the matter is that the following was the scene, that the time that I faced Wislitzeny. I came into the door and he was shouting to me in a horrible way. It was like a mad animal, really, that accusing him that he sees through anything what we are doing, and he knows for sure that Hochberg was jailed by us, and he's going to send everybody now, and then started to shout tremendously. And I didn't give him any answer, and he was shouting more, and suddenly he shouted at me, "Can't you give me an answer, and don't you hear me, and I ask you questions?" So I told him, Mr. Herr Hauptsturmführer, as we called him, that as you know, I have different connections with different Slovak officials, and every time if I have a meeting with them, I'm sitting around a table, and this is how I'm speaking about it. But I am absolutely unwilling to discuss with you that you are shouting me, and I'm standing here, and this is the situation. If you want to speak with me in the same way as I'm discussing all these matters with the Slovak officials, so I expect to discuss it with you too. Now the reaction was horrible. He nearly, I don't know whether he thought, he started to think that of this impertinence is only the one answer is to send me to Poland and send me immediately to deport me too. But after a few minutes raving and shouting, suddenly he turned, went back to his office, sat down, and told me, "Nehmen Sie Platz, take a seat." And I felt immediately
please, second, הסרט השני של הקלטת עדותו של אינג'ינר שטיינר. Mr. Steiner, please. As you remember, you began to speak on Wislitzeny, yes?
Yeah. So after this big bad scene, he told me, "Okay, sit down." So the first thing what he said, that just as he know that we put Hochberg into prison, that he expects us to get him quickly out of prison, because we know that he is our connection, and it's going to be very bad for the Jews in Slovakia if we are not going to get Hochberg as quick back to him as we can. Naturally, I had not the intention to tell him what we really planned to do, so I left and told him, yes, we will do our best, but I told him that we had absolutely nothing to do with the whole Hochberg affair. Now, back again to our little working group. I reported to them what happened, how it happened, and we decided that we just have to try to make it as long as possible, and we now or never. That again, it was interesting to see, but I really don't know for sure. Even this time in our work group was two different opinions. Some said that we should not try to make Wislitzeni so mad, and we should get Hochberg back, who would be maybe much more weaker and much softer from now on after he sees that even he can be put on jail. And some others, and especially again Tibor Kovacs, supported me in this idea that if we have him already in jail, we should not get him back. We should just get him rather back into one of the work camps where we are able to control him and check him and build up now a direct connection to Wislitzeni instead of letting the connection be through Hochberg. And this is exactly what we did. The different details, what kind of troubles and difficulties which we had with Hochberg and Wislitzeni for our first time, are not very important to say. But I would like to mention to you what was the first reason that Wislitzeni started to be really frank. In one of the other meetings which I had with him, I asked him point blank that whether he got the money from Hochberg. And because partly we didn't know for sure whether Hochberg delivered it, and partly wanted to tell him that if he's afraid that he's not getting now money if Hochberg is not here, that he should know that Steiner and the other group, and the money is not Hochberg, the money means a certain group here. This is what we try to explain to him.
Excuse me, I interrupt you in this point. How many money had to give Hochberg to Wislitzeni, and how many he did?
Now, this is something which is still for me not completely clear. I don't even remember what Wislitzeni in Nuremberg in his trial he said. He made already a statement how much money, whether he got some money. I remember that for me, he made such an answer which I didn't know for sure. I didn't know for sure whether he got the money and how much he got. I never could get it out from him. But definitely I saw that he had the impression, I had the impression that he at least spoke with him money and he expects money. I myself, I really don't know. Or maybe I don't remember, but I think that the first time I read about it, what Wislitzeni really got from Hochberg was in his reading this trial in Nuremberg. But anyway, it was not important for us. The importance for us was that we should establish a connection, get him the feeling that here is money even available if Hochberg is not here, and I should try to build up now the position to buy at Wislitzeni.
Excuse me, I interrupt you again. Why is it important for me? Because I try to understand. He received this money for himself, or have you impression that he gave it to the SS treasury?
No, what happened with the Hochberg money I don't know. But the money which I gave him, he gave to the treasury. And again, how I know it, because he spoke in front of me by phone about the money which I am getting him and I'm getting to him with one of the high places in Berlin, I think. Because, especially for instance, the time that we discussed with him the so-called European plan, in front of me he spoke in this phone with Eichmann, and he spoke with other, I think with Himmler's office, and he completely frankly spoke about it, that the Jewish World Organization, as he called us, is proposing this plan for him. So it was absolutely sure for me that he is speaking officially, and he intended to put the money into the SS, or at least the German German hands and not in his own hand. And the money which I gave him, how I know it, was again, I think that once I delivered him $10,000, and immediately after I gave it to him, he called, I think the German embassy was it, or maybe an SS stelle, but immediately he called and he said, please, ich habe told him again that he got $10,000. So he wouldn't have done it if he wouldn't have decided, and he wouldn't have intended to give it to somebody else. But let me go back to this moment, how this really intimate breakthrough happened. And after this question, he didn't answer me completely frankly, but I continued and told him the following. I think this was the idea for Gizzy Fleischmann, who told me I should try to work this way with him and see how his reaction going to be. That I should explain to him that this money is not something which Slovak Jews are giving. This is not money which Hochberg gives. This is money which comes from the world Jewry, for the American joint, which would show him that if certain things he would be willing to do to us and for us, there are more money and much more sums available for other favors which he would be able to give us. After I told him, he again started to rave and started to shout with me that what I think and so on and so on. But after a few minutes of shouting, he immediately slowed down and asked me very frankly, what is it what I have to offer, and what is it what I have to ask. So I told him again very frankly, and this was again from Weissmandl, who gave me this idea, that I should try to explain to him very frankly. He believes the German is going to win. We believe the German is going to lose. He has nothing to lose if he plays on both sides a little bit with us. Because if he is right, he has all the money and he did nothing special. But if we are right, this is the only thing how he can save himself. And interesting enough, this was a very interesting moment. He got really red in his face, and instead of shouting, suddenly he became very meek and willing to discuss it. And this part of the discussion, as I remember, because it was such an important discussion, I was standing and he was standing, and he again told me, nehmen Sie Platz, take a seat. And he sat down in his desk and I was sitting next to him. And this was the second time that I was speaking with him, sitting with, and it did something mean, if you remember what does it mean, Jew with a Hochsturmführer. You can imagine what a tremendous thing it is that this Hochsturmführer told this Jew, sit down with me and discuss it. For from there on, all my discussion with him was he sitting and me sitting. And he very frankly said that maybe there's something in it. And again, the discussion, the success of the discussion was a little bit too fast for me, because we didn't expect it was going to be so much. I didn't have anything to ask him, I didn't have anything to offer. So I told him that I'm sorry, I cannot say anything. I have to go back to the group with whom we are working and to the representative of the American joint here, and just report that certain things could be worked out, and let me come next time and I'm going to tell him. And this is more or less the beginning of the different plans which we worked out with Gizzy Fleischmann, and we worked out with the other Jewish organizations, and worked out especially with Weissmandl. This is how we came to the different helping actions through the Red Cross, which was a very, very small, and through his help the whole helping action through the Red Cross became a much bigger and a completely officially accepted helping action. This is how we started to speak with Wislitzene about the so-called children action, where we tried to get some around 1,100, for the first time, 1,100 children from camps through Theresienstadt to Palestine. And this is how we started to speak with him about the European plan and many other things, which for closing deportation, naturally, first of all, for making an end of the deportation in Slovakia.
Excuse me, can you please explain what do you think about, if you speak about the Red Cross, and give all details you know about the so-called European plan?
The Red Cross was an action which Gizzy Fleischmann was leading by herself. And Gizzy told me that she is not very satisfied with the results of the Red Cross, and she is afraid that the Red Cross is partly made ineffective through the uncooperation of the German commandants and in many different places. And she asked that I should speak with Wislitzeny again, that he should start now to try to be helpful, that letter writing and certain packages and many other things which we did through the Red Cross should be much more effective, and it should reach more persons. This is what I discussed with Wislitzeny quite often, and I think Gizzy Fleischmann was telling that certain things became really much more effective, so that we saw that Wislitzeny really kept his word and helped to do it more effective. More in detail I am not informed, because I had so many other things that I didn't want to even to try to go into actions which was in the hand from others and successfully done by others. The European plan was, as I know, completely Weissmandel's idea. To the time, in this time, I think it was, I don't know, was it 43 or was it the beginning of 44? The deportation, as you know, was already halted in Slovakia. Whether it is true or not true, whether it was really our work, and whether it was more or less a political work which came just in the same time, or maybe our work was just properly timed. This is something which I think nobody from us will really know, whether the money which we had and the bribe which we have been able to give to the different Slovak and the Germans, and the different pressure which we have been able to make felt by the different German and Slovak players, whether this was the reason why the Slovak deportation was halted or not, I really don't know. I hope that we at least helped to make it happen. But in this time, Weissmandl thought that we could start to think a little bit more broader, and if we could do it here, we should not stop to think about only in Slovakia, but let's say and try to do what can we do in a much bigger scale on the European level. And he told me that I should go to Wislitzeny and ask him whether he would be willing to submit what he called the European plan for the stopping of the deportation of the Jews all over Europe. I think this was before the Hungarian deportation was. And he proposed that we would be willing to immediately get together with Schwab, I think in Switzerland, and ask him how many $1 million would be eventually will be available for such a plan. So I went to Wislitzeny and submitted to him, and surprisingly enough, he said he's willing to submit it to his superiors. And I asked him what he thinks about it. He said that maybe it could be done. So we asked him to submit it. And in connection with this, I don't know now the details naturally, but I remember that he came, I think, with the idea, or I don't know whether we came with the idea, that before the really big European plan can be worked out, we must show some goodwill, and we must show whether it is true. Or maybe it came even from Schwab, maybe, as I remember that Gizzy came once to a meeting, and she read a letter which we got from one of the shliachs, and Schwab and some others didn't believe at all that it is possible, and they had the impression that all what the Germans will do, they would take all our money, and they wouldn't deliver anybody from the Jewish community, and that wouldn't stop the deportation. So this gave us the idea to overcome the misbelief on the Jewish side, and even the misbelief which was naturally on the German side too, that we proposed, let's try it out. And I think it was agreed that a certain amount of money should be given on the Swiss border to our German emissary at the first showing of the sincerity of the whole thing. And I think the same thing happened, and the same thing was thought in connection with the so-called children's action too. That the agreement was that, oh, now I'm mixing now something up. I'm mixing now the so-called children's action with the European action. The European action suddenly came in the following way complicated. The Germans came with the idea that instead of money they would like to have materials. And I think the materials have been auto tires, many other quite a few different items which soldiers needed. I think it was even covers and things like that for soldiers, not directly war material, but something which helped naturally the war. And they asked us that instead of money we should a fantastic amount of items like this to deliver them. This, I don't know again now what was the reaction on the other side, but if I remember, in one of the letters which Gizi Fleischmann got was again said that material to the Germans would be even much harder to get like money, because this is something which would prolong the life of the war, and it is absolutely impossible to organize from America or from England or from Switzerland this type of helping action. How we came back again to, now I remember again, now suddenly the Orthodox group in Bratislava made a proposal that maybe they would be able to get a tremendous amount of material, not I don't think so it was the tires, but some other one, and deliver material to the Germans even without the help of abroad. What type of material it was I don't remember anymore, but I went back to Wislitsen and reported to him, and he said very frankly it doesn't make any difference for him whether it is from here or from where the material comes. Now, in detail, the European plan, I think this was suddenly complicated by him going to, in this time of this European plan came suddenly the Hungarian deportation. And this is, I think, what interrupted my direct connection and my direct negotiation and our Slovak group's negotiation of the European plan, that he was sent from Slovakia to Hungary. I don't know whether I should mention it right now here that it was Dr. Neumann's wish, and even Gizi Fleischmann supported very much the idea that I should go with Wislitsen and be the contact man between the Hungarian Jews and Wislitsen. And I really submitted this to Wislitsen, and he was very, very for it. This was near nobody else knew it, only Dr. Neumann and Gizi Fleischmann. I think Dr. Kovacs knew about it, because I didn't even dare to tell this to my family. And I think a week before I was supposed to drive down to Hungary in Wislitsen's car, I said this to my family. I think Dr. Neumann was there present too. Now the reaction was such that my wife immediately said that it is the last thing, and nobody was, and if I did a lot of daring and helping actions up to now, that's fine, so long it was here in Slovakia, but it's absolutely, they have forced out my promise that I was just not going to do it. So I had to change my word which I gave to Gizi and Neumann, that I go down, and instead of going down, we started to think about it, and instead of me going down, we decided that Kastner, and from the Zionist side, and another, I don't remember now who was the man from the Orthodox side who was told us Freudenberg, that's correct. And I was told this was something which again Weissmantel gave me this name, that Wislitzeni should get in Budapest together immediately with these two names. And we had the intention, I think we wrote even a letter to Kastner too, and to the Jewish leadership in Budapest, that these two should be the only connection with Wislitzeni in Budapest. And we informed these two from all our activities and how we are working and how successfully we did many things over there, so that instead of letting them go through the whole difficulties of the beginning, we wanted to put them directly back into the same situation as we already were, more or less in the same way as I would have been down. So instead of establishing quick, immediate relations with the Germans, the quick relations have been immediately given them by us. And we have been thinking that if we give them the good connection and the follow-up possibility on the German side, it is going to be up to them to organize the same type of helping action on the Hungarian side, and they could use it to success, just as we try to do it in Slovakia. What was really the trouble, and I tell you very frankly, that is for a few years I felt really guilty, because the whole action and the whole cooperation between the different Jewish and the German-Hungarian places didn't work out as we expected that it could work out, and it became to deportation. We really thought that according to our work which we did before, if a clever and good organized follow-up could have been prevented. And we haven't been sure that whether it was not really a mistake that I didn't go down, and whether I could have been eventual, if even not prevented, but eventually could have been more successful to get immediately into a so-called Rettung action instead of getting through the whole thing which we already deportation and after trying to soften it as we did in Slovakia. But I hope that my guilt feeling can be released, that I would have been too much help anyway. But the only connection what we had was the following. Wislitzeni, and I asked him anytime if he came back to Slovakia, because for quite a while nobody else was sent to Slovakia, because Slovakia was already more or less settled for the Germans, so there was no need for Wislitzeni staying there. So he kept still his post in Slovakia too, and he used to come every month or maybe second month to Bratislava. And it was a custom that immediately he came, he called me, and I used to go to, in this time already with Gizi Fleischmann together, to Wislitzeni. In this connection I would like to mention that not only now, but already before, already quite a few times, I went to Wislitzeni together with Gizi Fleischmann, because some of my meetings with Wislitzeni and my conversation with him and have been in such an unbelievable frank that I just sometimes, if I went back to report to our work group, I had very much a feeling that I just cannot believe me that it is true that I am able to speak in this way, and Wislitzeni is willing to try to inform us, because very often happened that Wislitzeni even gave us information about the Slovaks. Very often happened that the Slovak part told us something and we just didn't know whether it's true or not. So we used Wislitzeni to get us information and check certain things whether it is true or not what Kosovo and Vasek told us. And very often happened that we knew and we heard about it, the Slovaks haven't been so cooperative as they tried to make us to believe through the checking which Wislitzeni made us. Now, to make all this a little bit much more believable, I told Wislitzeni by one of the meetings that I would very much like to introduce him to the person who really represents all the so-called so-called the world Jewry, and the American joined. And I told him this is Gizzy Fleischmann, and I would appreciate if instead of only me, he would give permission that Gizzy Fleischmann should come to him, and he could speak this way with the person really who represents all this, what I'm only just quoting, and I'm here only just to giving him this the ideas from somebody else. And he didn't object to it and told him, yes, bring her. So I introduced her, and Gizzy Fleischmann too had a very quick, very good understanding with him, and the conversation that she had was very frank too, and I think she felt too it was very successful. Yeah.
Yes.
I mentioned this Gizzy's coming with me and Gizzy going, and maybe she used to go sometimes even alone to Wisselszeni was, because we prepared certain actions and programs which I thought that it would be better to discuss with him, that somebody else should discuss with him, not with me, because my idea was that there is only just a certain amount of things which I am able to ask and handle, and I would be wearing out with him if all the time I am doing all this promoting of some favor. Especially because this was the time that Wisselszeni was sent to Greece. We tried to convince him that in Greece he should try to establish the same type of cooperation with the Jewish community in Greece as he had it in Slovakia, and try to do anything else what he can, and try to make working camps and everything what we successfully did in Slovakia, and no deportation. Wisselszeni used to come back from Greece once a month or 2 months, and all the time reporting me what goes on in Greece. We by this time knew already that deportation goes on, and to my question that how come, why he's not trying to be just as helpful as he is now helpful for us, that he constantly pointed out, and I don't remember the details what was really it, but the overall motto was that in Greece he couldn't and cannot establish the same type of cooperation neither with the Jewish community, and it's just for many reasons it is impossible to do the same thing what we did in Slovakia. And the idea of a work camps, which we did successfully in Slovakia, was absolutely impossible even to propose in Greece. And what have been the reasons? I don't say, maybe I asked him, but I remember sure that I never could get out from him such an information and answer which would have given us a clear picture what really goes on in Greece, or whether even he is willing to help, or whether he's completely doing everything as he's ordered in Greece. After one thing I want to point out, which again Weissmantel asked me to do, that I should point out to Wisselszeni that all our promises and all our further cooperation with him depends whether he's able, promises I mean, because we all the time emphasize to Wisselszeni that if he loses, the Germans lose the war, he is going to be in a big difficulty, and we will be his only help. We can be the only help if he cooperates with us in time if he needs our help. And I tried to explain to him that because of his very bad performance in Greece, he is ruining completely everything what he did build up in the time that he was in Slovakia. But his answer all the time was that in Greece the situation is very different, and neither on the Greece side and neither in the Jewish side was absolutely impossible to do anything similar what we did. Meanwhile, the Hungarian deportation came, and if I remember right, we stopped to handle the so-called European plan the very moment that the whole center of the activities, including Wisselszeni, who was the only center of this negotiation, left Slovakia and was now nearly constantly in Hungary. This was the reason why I think this was the Orthodox group who asked for that we should give about European plan all the information to the Hungarians. It was to Freudiger and to Kastner, and let them work from there on, and let them try to handle it, especially because Eichmann was in Budapest too. That we thought that by having the highest positions in Budapest concentrated, it would be easier to try now and handle the further negotiations. Instead of Slovakia, it should be done now in Hungary.
What about money and about the children?
Oh, the children action was much sooner. Children action came about that in negotiation about the European plan, we tried to create an example where we could show to the Jewish world on the one side and to the Germans too that we really mean business and we really mean establish something, an exchange possibility.
עם צד השני של הגליל השני של הקלטת עדותו של מר אנדרי שטיינר. Please.
The children action, just as I told you, that was supposed to be an example to prove both sides that we could do some exchange work, which would be the first stage of the broader and big European plan. The children action basically was the idea that around at least 1,000 children from Poland should be sent first to Terezin and from Terezin to Switzerland. And in exchange for this, we would give, I really don't remember now the really sum, but if I remember right, it was $250,000, from which the first $50,000 were supposed to be given to a German by Salimaya on the Swiss border the time that the children arrived to Terezin. From there on, we would have, I don't know what type, how it was established, what was the exchange place and where the money was supposed to be deposited, because this was handled completely by Weissmandl and by Gizzi Fleischmann. The truth is, and again here we can for the time being we relied only on the word of Wisliceni, that one day Wisliceni came and told us the children are going to be sent to Terezin and will arrive to a certain given date, and we should make preparation to give the needed money. I reported this to the work group, and I know that it was a tremendously feverish trying to put the whole thing to money, and that all the available shliachs and everybody was put to work to have the moment the necessary money. You can remember the horrible news as we got from Salimaya that the Jewish community in Switzerland and I think it was told even in the American joint, don't believe in the seriousness of this whole action, and they are not willing to give out the money. After we got this, naturally this news had to be given to Wisliceni, and we had to tell him that he should stop the whole action because we cannot deliver the promised amount of money. The man who was really the most upset was Weissmandl, and I don't remember now what it was, but I am sure that before I went to Wisliceni, just as usual, I had a meeting with the whole work group, and the reasons which I gave Wisliceni was not something spontaneous, what I told him, but it was what we jointly agreed to tell Wisliceni. I remember that Vyslitseny partly was laughing because he truthfully said that he didn't believe that we are going to live up to this whole deal. Why he said it, I don't know. Seemingly he had a feeling that maybe we are too naive to think that something like this could be done. But anyway, he said, okay, fine, so I'm just going to give the news back to my superiors, and we just stopped the whole thing. We really didn't know till the World War was over that whether all this was true or not. But after the war was over, in Prague, suddenly we read an article written by a journalist in Prague who was interested in this time, who described a very interesting experience that somehow, someday, a group of children came from Poland. And they started to give separate treatment for them and tried to pep them up and so on, just as everybody saw that some preparation is being done for this. Something special should happen to these children. So this fitted so much in time and everything together with with our negotiations with Vyslitseny that we really saw that seemingly in this case the Germans have been willing to live up to their promise, and it was really only the foolish behavior of Sally Meyer's group not to give us the money and not to at least give it a try and see whether it is serious or not. This is what eventually not only handicapped but made this so-called children's action impossible, because we really believe after what we learned after the war was over that this 1100 at least could have been saved if we would have lived up to our promise to deliver the amount of money which he asked us to do. Otherwise, the European action, just as I told you before, as I remember, was given to the Hungarians, and from there on, I think it was it correct? Brandt was, I think? Willy
Brandt.
Or Joel Brandt, yeah. Brandt was...
Willy Brandt is the mayor of Berlin.
Oh, I see. Yeah. So what Brandt was handling it, and Kastner was handling it together. And what was really, and I know that there became to a certain type of detailed proposition too. But what was really the reason after that nothing happened with the proposition or not, I really don't know. But as I remember, we in Slovakia had the impression that the Hungarian group had been a little bit working much more on protection and on family circle level instead of on the completely community and big scale level as we did. And I think, if I remember, that we had the feeling that the Hungarian Zionists and the Orthodox Jews both tried to save not the community, they tried to save selected persons, selected families. And this hampered, in our opinion, I don't know whether we have been right or wrong, but this hampered the negotiation to stay on the level as we sought to stay. And I think that the Hungarians concentrated, I don't remember now sure what it was, a special transport with a few thousand people, with special selected people, to be sent to Switzerland. And we thought that this type of small actions could or would hamper the big European action which we try to promote. I think this is more or less the story as I remember now, without getting specific questions, my work in the UG and till the moment that the uprising came. My parents, now to describe you how come that to the time of the uprising I was in Banska Bystrica. I know only so much. I didn't know about the date, I didn't know about anything, when and how it's going to happen, but through the preparation in the work camps, where we know that already in this time the youth had some so-called partisan groups organized, and someday something is going to happen. and we already have prepared that if it's going to happen, how the gates of the work camps should be opened, and everybody should be left to go any place where they want and their own. My parents have been in this time in Vishnya, in Vishnya, in this work camp where my uncle was too, and I think even to visit them, I don't know now again the details how it come, that how, when and how I quickly took my whole family and went to Vishnya too, and from Vishnya we went to Banska Bystrica. Or could you separate it? From Vishnya, the time that the uprising was organized, and naturally all the work camp groups with the youth groups and partisan groups came out and joined the other Slovak partisans, I heard that we expected American soldiers be dropped in Banska Bystrica, where the center of the uprising government was, and we heard or too that what was the name? Akiva Reich? Haviva Reich, and a boy with her from Israel was parachuted to Banska Bystrica. What was the name of the man who was with her?
There was three men.
I don't remember now.
It was Tzvi Ben Yaakov,
Tzvi
Rafi Reis,
that's right.
and Chaim Hermesh.
I don't remember, but I remember I was very often together with Haviva and Rafi Reis. And that was the reason after I heard that I immediately went to Banska Bystrica myself with my family too. And there we stayed.
For a minute, please. 1 minute. Mm-hmm. Yes.
Yeah. In this is how I stayed there during the whole uprising time, but we thought that I could give immediately every information which Haviva and Rafi Reis wanted to have, because I think this time I was the only from the work group available in Banska Bystrica. The only others stayed and were in Bratislava. After the uprising was finished, and it was the whole fold up and was not successful, from Banska Bystrica we organized to go up into the mountains with the partisans and hope that eventually survive there. This is how I, with my family, sorry to say that I had to leave my father and my mother down in the little village, and we went up into the partisan camps. One day in the partisan camps the Germans overran us, and a big shooting was going on, so that without even being prepared, quickly all of us everybody ran in any place where we could. And by running into the snow and into the forest, we passed a little hut which the woodworkers used to use in summertime. And we tried to remember the direction where we saw it. So we said that if we are able to survive the evening and this German attack of the partisan camp, so we are going to go back there. And the little group of 8 of us, 2 friends of mine with their wife and the children, really somehow survived this attack. We could hide far enough for the place where the whole attack took place. And after we heard that suddenly the shooting stopped in the evening, we tried to find again this little place, and this little place really we found. And just like a wonder, we went into it, and there, from summertime, the woodworkers left some proviant. It was some beans and flour and little hard noodles and things like that, and even matches and things like that were in this small little wooden hut. So we went into this, and because of this proviant and this little something above our head which protected us against snow, this is, I think, the only way how we could survive. We spent in this hut, if I remember, maybe 2 or 3 weeks, and one day we heard Slovak words around us speaking, and suddenly we saw three peasants from coming, and we told the peasants that they came into the hut and told us that this part of the whole area in a few weeks will be so tremendously under snow that we absolutely would perish, because nobody could come here to even to bring us something, because we asked these peasants whether they would be able to, for good money, to bring us some proviant from the little village up, in spite of it that the village was in German hands. And the Slovak peasants, knowing that we have been, together with the partisans, have been willing to help us. But they're told that they cannot help us if we stay here. And they told us that they know another place which is much further away and maybe is a little bit better cabin, where they could once in a 14-day bring us some proviant which kept us alive. And we followed their advice, led by them in another place, in a little hut, which again the woodworkers and now the people who went to shoot pheasants and different, the hunters used to stay. And in this little hut, they really came every 14 days, brought us enough that with very, very little small items daily, all of us, we could survive. In this same hut, we heard the whole shooting and the war which was the frontier between the Germans and the Russians and Romanians. And one day, the peasants came again and told us that we can come down already because the war is over and the Russians and the Romanians are in the little village. So that we went down with them, and true enough, we went through the front line, which was not even, we didn't even realize how near it was on the little hut we lived. And there we saw the first frozen, dead Germans in the snow laying, and saw the scene of this little fight which took place there. In their own village, really, were the Russians and the Romanians together, and we lived there for a few weeks. In this village was complete front line and constant dueling and warfare. At the same time, we heard that Košice was liberated already, and the Czechoslovakian government has his first seat in Košice. So we packed ourselves and went partly by foot and partly by hitchhiking with what we could from this little to Košice. It took us, I think, 8 days before we arrived there. In Košice, I got immediately together with the Slovak government, the Czechoslovak government there, and told them about what I can do and try to be helpful. This is how the idea came, that me working for so many years for the state resort places, I am sure completely aware, completely informed what the possibilities in the Tatars are for eventual opening a recreation center for repatriating children and for those who are in such a bad condition that it would be better to pep them up before they go back into the normal life. And I told the I told the man who was in charge for the government of this type of activities that I would be willing to take this job and organize this type of recreation centers. So I was sent with a so-called poverenictvo, or a reference from the ministers for social affairs to the state resort places with a request that I should do everything what I need for opening this type of recreation centers. I succeeded to open one of the finest hotels in the Tatranska Lomnica called Moravia, which was a beautiful modern hotel, put it into manageable state. All the furniture which have been concentrated in some other room, we furnished the whole thing, we brought all the proviant which was needed. I sent out soldiers all over the surrounding to get enough proviant that we could open with a little group, I think, with 100 children. Later on we had for I think more for a half a year, or maybe a whole year, quite a few thousand children and grown-ups went through, and we had a constant occupancy in this hotel around 250 to 300 persons. From after the pressure of the repatriation and the children was smaller, we opened a smaller one in another place in the Tatras.
Tatranska Lomnica.
Tatranska Lomnica.
Tatranska Lomnica, yes.
And from after this action was finished, I went back to Brno and tried now to open my praxis and tried to go back again to the normal life. And now it was in Brno and in Bratislava. I tried to do it again, the same thing what I did before, that I had 2 offices. Suddenly it was not very easy, and we immediately, because my wife's sisters and father-in-law was in the United States, we immediately put in our papers and tried to get immigration visas. This immigration became more and more acute, because we somehow couldn't fit ourselves really properly into the new situation, and especially after the communists took over, we started to feel very uneasy. I don't think so that I would like to not to go into politics now, because it's not the place for it, and not the reasons why I left. We are speaking about some Jewish history, so let's leave this out. But truth enough, that my father-in-law was successful to send us Cuban visas, so that instead of waiting for our immigration visa for United States in Czechoslovakia, because we have been afraid that after the communists took over it's not going to be possible, so we decided to go to Cuba and wait for our quota there. We went to Cuba, stayed there for 2.5 years, where I was lucky enough quickly to get a job as at one of the most outstanding architecture firms in Cuba. Waited there for our entrance visa to United States. In 1950, we have been lucky enough to get our quota, came to United States, settled in Atlanta, and still I'm here as an architect and city planner in Atlanta.
Thank you very much, Engineer Steiner. I will ask you now many questions. In the beginning, question connected with your last speech, and after this I will go on to other questions. The first question will be connected to the labor camps. You said that you initiated the Novaki camp.
Yes, sir.
Dr. Mangler.
Yeah.
The first thing, as you spoke about Dr. Mangler, about which one did you speak?
Dr. Otto Mangler,
yes,
who is now in New York.
Yes. So Dr. Otto Mangler said me that Vashina, who was the commander of Seret, was once in Novaki, and Polhora, who was commander of Novaki, was very surprised from this what happened in Seret, that it is there a labor camp, and that he, Mandler, initiated with Polhora to developing of Novaki. Now my question is, if all these camps was, as you say, developed together by a central plan, or it was developing from one camp to another. So to say, first was Seret, and after this came Novaki, and so on.
It was natural. It was first was Seret, because in Seret there had been already quite a few barracks already finished, so that Seret was possible to get immediately. But the whole idea to have Seret in Novaki was already established in Bratislava in the central office by Kosovo at the beginning, and it was immediately was said that first we have to make Seret and later on Novaki, because Novaki had to build the whole barracks and everything had to be organized and built in Novaki.
How you think this what Dr. Mandler said, that it was a little jealousy of Polhora in Vashina and his own, Dr. Mandler's initiative?
This is shown just because they didn't know what goes on, and Polhora, can you imagine, Polhora was a very small, really, I would say, nearly a nobody. Mm-hmm. That Polhora would have been able to establish something which he wants to have and not the central government wants to have. It just doesn't make sense. It was, number one, this is one reason why it is not true, and number two, Mandler too had absolutely not the slightest influence on our UJI, let's say, neither on the official, neither on the unofficial central thinking and doing. He was sent by us outside for no other purpose to help to organize the camp. No. He didn't initiate it, but he was organized. He was sent from us there to organize it and make it a successful camp.
Even in this point, his testimony is not the same as you explain. As Dr. Mandler said to me, he came to Novaki as one of many Jewish. And I asked him, so why you came to be the manager of the camp? So he said, Polhora said, and the people said that he is efficient, and this is why he came to be the manager. And it was even a little against the will of the Slovakian Jewish, because he was a Czech Jewish.
Absolutely not true. Absolutely not true.
As far as I remember.
Believe me, if nobody could have been, by having all the positions, as you know, by the central Slovak positions and the central German positions, how could any of the Jewish boys be a velitel or an organizer of the camps if we wouldn't have wanted to? It is possible. Now I'm absolutely sure that Dr. Mandler did not come to Novaki on his own.
He was captured as he came from Vienna.
From Vienna. But he was captured, but he came back to Bratislava, he came to see me, and we made him as the director.
Vienna or from
I don't know. No, he was captured as he came, I think, from Moravia.
Yes.
But he came to Bratislava, and we made him as the organizer, not he and not Polhora.
No.
We know that he had a very good. Polhora was the leader of this Tabor Novaki,
camp, yes.
The camp Novaki, and he had a very good connection to Polhora, that we know. Maybe this was one of the reasons that we thought that he is the right man, but the way how he became the leader of this camp was no other that that I reported because nobody else knew him like me in Bratislava. And I reported to Dr. Neumann and to the other Kovac and the others that he is one of the outstanding engineers from Slovakia who had experience to organizing much bigger things like a Novaki Tabor, and that was the reason that we made him to be the director and the
But
organizer.
he is a chemist. He's not.
No. I think he is he chemist? I don't.
Is he chemist? Not you explained that he was.
He was in Vitkovice, yeah.
But he explained that he is a chemist.
I don't possibly that he is that he is a chemist, but he was in Vitkovice as Železa in the ironworks, and I know that he was a very well-known, outstanding engineer and organizer. So whether he was.
I think to turn to Vihne. You know, Vihne is something what I think felt out from your testimony, because as far as I know, in Vihne was the first camp established in Slovakia, because in Vihne was people from Sosnovice.
Sosnovice, yeah, but it was not a work camp.
Yes, you are right.
It was only just a concentration of Sosnovice, you are right. The beginning was in Vihne was a group of Sosnovice, and they just lived there by doing nothing, and I think it was supported by UG. And to make it similar and make it self-supporting, this is a reason, that's correct, and I had to go up and see whether it could not be changed and make a work camp too, just as we had it in Novak in Sever. But you are right, the Sosnovice group had been living in Vihne before.
No, was made an attempt to make a force camp in Namestovo.
Namestovo, I don't remember.
Or Namestovo, or I think in Namestovo.
Namestovo, where is it?
In Slovakia, in Central Slovakia.
Central Slovakia.
It was very late, in 44.
I don't even remember.
And another was an attempt to ask the Jewish to help organize camps for what the Slovak calls asocial people, like thieves and prostitutes and so on, that they will have even a labor camp, and they had to be done by the example of the Jewish camp. Do you remember something?
When was it supposed to be?
In 44.
No, I don't remember. It must have been already in the time that I was not there, because I heard the first time about this. Who told you about this?
I saw documents.
Really?
Yes. Now, at time of the building of the camps, what was known about the deportations?
At time, just deportation. But what it means...
Maybe, excuse me, I will correct my question. גליל שלישי של הקלטת עדותו של אינג'ינר שטיינר על שואת יהודי סלובקיה. Mr. Steiner, as you remember, my last question was of the periodization and developing of the camp Seret and even all the system of camps. And as far as I know, I think it is a sort of mistake in your what you said before. Perhaps you can prove yourself and even say something about Shalagros.
Yeah, this is completely, I've completely forgot about it, that before we established our connections with Dr. Kosso, Dr. Shalagros was, I think, the head of the Arbeitsgruppe or Arbeitsabteilung, something like that.
the Department of Works.
The Department of Works in the UG.
Yes.
And Šalagro's philosophy was constantly to contact everything what the Slovak places, Slovak government and the Slovak leaders asked from him to do. It was partly of the concentration of the workers who have been thrown out thrown out from the Slovak Wirtschaftsleben, from the Slovak economic life, and he was asked to make a thing. He was asked first to make certain type of work concentration camps, and because he constantly was afraid, which he already at the time even told me very often too, that we are giving a helping hand instead of fighting against it, and that's why he was against. It was Dr. Neumann and some others who tried whose philosophy was different. They said that it is impossible to constantly to act against the wishes of this government places, and there are certain things which we have to do to be able to start from there on to work and make the situation better.
It was even. Do you think it was even animosity between the religious parties?
Yeah, it was. It definitely was, especially Šalagros and quite a few others, who was the representative of the Orthodox group, was a big animosity against the non-Orthodox and especially against the Zionist groups. And it was not only no cooperation, but they absolutely didn't work together and didn't didn't have any confidence in each other.
They work one against the other?
I wouldn't say work, but they just didn't work together, and the philosophy was so different it was impossible to bridge it over. And I remember that even in my work as the Bauabteilung, which was
the department of
building, which was nearly completely concentrated of architectural work for the state resort places and other Slovak governmental agencies. As I remember, even for the Slovak forestry we were working. Šalagros knew about his activities. I don't know how, because sometimes he came to me and asked to placement for certain persons in it. And somehow I was one of the few of the Zionist and the non-Orthodox group members who had quite a good understanding with Šalagros too. I wouldn't say that we have been intimately understanding each other, but it quite a few times happened that Šalagros, or even Dr. Neumann asked me to speak with Šalagros about something which he was not able to properly discuss with him. And something else was, Šalagros, as I remember, was one of the few people who at the beginning had the only entrance to Dr. Koso. And whether it was Neumann or the others too, thought that it would be important to get somebody else to Dr. Koso too, to be able to create a philosophy and create a certain cooperation with them, which in their opinion would be leading to some positive actions. It was, if I remember, it was in connection too with the establishing of the Serad and Novaki concentration camps. One part of the UG sought not to do it and not to help to do it, and then other part of the UG said yes to help it. And I think in connection with the so-called Bauabteilung this is how I came into this building of the Seradi and Novaki camps. What I somehow maybe mixed up in 41 and 42 was, because I tried to concentrate where did I start to use these camps, not only just as a working concentration, but when did we start to use it as a saving action? And the other thing was for me a more or less unimportant action which was forced upon us. The other part already was not only forced upon us, because I think there already we took initiative, and I personally really remember that I took a lot of initiative to use this Sarah especially to save a group of professionals by knowing that I would be able to create enough jobs for them to be done. And from this creation of jobs, we could prove to the Slovak government that it is worthwhile, that there are a lot of people here whom to live here in Slovakia, instead of sending them outside of the boundary, which we considered all the time much better like anything else, that this is a moment that we started to do actively, trying to correct and the, what is the Schicksal?
The fate.
And I would say actively influence the fate of this Jewish group there. Up to now, more or less we did what we have been told to do, and whether it was right or wrong what we did, it's very hard now to judge. But for me, the important moment came for me, and this is what I remember so strongly, that to use the idea, to use it already as a work camp with all the safety factors which others, just exceptional people had, exceptional people who still stayed into the Wirtschaftsleben. And
in
I
the
tried
economic life.
in the economic class, and I tried to do through the work camps and through this woodwork and many other things that save people who have been already thrown out from the economic life.
Yes.
And this was my, let's say, was it a vision or was it right or was it a mistake? That I saw that it is a thing where we can start with our so-called saving instead of just complying with everything what we have been told.
Mm-hmm.
That's why maybe this was a reason why I did not even remember rightly what was the succession between the 41 period and the 42 period.
Mm-hmm. Now I have only in this connection a small question. Can you explain how many bisim, how many bis were in Vihne? What is, because you know I said you even that is a confusion about one or two Jacques and so.
No, only Jacques Bis was with his family. It was his wife and his daughter.
In Vihne.
In Vihne.
And the second and Ferdinand, or what was the name of?
Or Rudolf.
Rudolf.
I don't know.
Who was not?
No,
in
he
Vihne.
was not.
I see. Thank you. I have other group of questions what even are connected with the camps and with what you said about the camps. What do you think? Was a animosity, or I don't know if it's a right word, animosity, but something between Germans and Slovaks, especially connected with the camps, and in general, did you feel this harmony between Slovaks and Germans in the Jewish question?
Maybe in the beginning there was, but for quite a while we saw the whole question only from the Slovak side. We didn't have any access to see how the Germans judged the whole thing. We couldn't judge it at all because our own information was Hochberg. But excuse me,
no? That I interrupt. You made a statement that for the Germans, after 42, the transport of Yom Kippur, the fate or the question of Slovakian Jewish was finished. They didn't harm more and didn't think more on this. Why you think this? So because you judge by this statement, you judge that you know what was the opinion, the German opinion.
No, so far as I think I can judge it only according to what Wislitzeny told me in the different discussion which I had with him, that was a moment, that was a time where the Germans didn't press anymore so much for deportation.
Why?
Really, I don't know why, but this is just I know that this is what he said. And his opinion was that there was a time where the Slovaks have been much more pressing and wanted to have a continuation of deportation, and the Germans have not been so much interested anymore. Whether it is true or not true, I don't know.
But here is the other point. You said that especially the how to say the working group made something to send Hochberg to jail.
Yeah.
But I have other knowledges, even from you, but from other sources, that it was an animosity, and Weissmeidl wrote this, that the Slovaks hated Hochberg.
Yeah.
And this is why it was bad if Hochberg will go in connection between on these plans of the work groups, if he will be connected between the Slovak government. And they hated him, as far as I understand, even because he was in so strong connection with Hochberg. With
Wislitzeny, that's right.
So, again, you have something what you can point out of the animosity between the Germans and Slovaks in the Jewish question and the question of the camps.
The animosity between the Germans and Slovaks maybe existed. I don't know. I didn't see it.
You have here as an example Hochberg.
No, the Hochberg was a certain special person, but how far it reflected between the Slovak like Vasek and Kosso and the others with whom constantly we worked, and Wislitzeny, I don't know, because we considered only now Hochberg was the man of the German, and the other from the UG had been working with the Slovak places. Maybe this could have been the only reason. Or maybe I don't understand what you really are asking.
I try to point out that Hochberg is a symptom of a
cooperator.
A symptom of how to say a disagreement. You see, this is what I think. It was such a disagreement between Slovaks and Germans.
In what? In which respect?
If we speak perhaps in the example of Hochberg, because they hated Hochberg as the collaborator
with the Germans. That's true. That's absolutely true.
So there
was a complete cooperation between the Slovak government and Wislitzeny. So it is true that the Hochberg was a hated person, partly because of what you said, and we didn't trust Hochberg at all, that he is really working in our interest, and we considered him as he is working to satisfy the wishes of the German Wislitzeny. This was basically our idea why we tried to get Hochberg away from Wislitzeny, that instead of having somebody whom we don't trust, we wanted to go first Dr. Neumann to be the connector to Wislitzeny, because Dr. Neumann knew Wislitzeny already before, and he knew him before me even. That only quite a few others, especially even Gysi and Weissmeidl, didn't consider Neumann strong enough and good enough to go in place of Hochberg into Wislitzeny, and this was the reason that they asked me that I should start now to build up through my connection with the work camps certain connection to Wislitzeny and get on the place from Hochberg. This was basically the idea, the whole plan which we had, what we call the so-called Nebenregierung. So, and this is how the whole thing worked. Weissmantel, interesting enough, was the only one who saw that he has enough influence to get Hochberg completely in line. But everybody else, especially Dr. Neumann, I think, was vehemently against it, and he said that it absolutely would not work at all.
No, I will turn to other problems. You now said that Dr. Neumann was considered that he will be not strong enough. Will you be so kind and give a strong description of various personalities?
In fact, how far they are.
How you judge them, characteristics of this, some people.
Gizzy Fleischmann was no question about the leading person in it, who through her personality was the meeting point, and with somehow she had something in her and a skill to handle different persons with different backgrounds, which went from the completely assimilant from Dr. Kovac to the Orthodox Weissmantel, that all of us, we have been very comfortable with Gizzy Fleischmann. Number one, Gizzy Fleischmann was one of the leading Zionists. Number two, somehow she had some human leading qualities which made it possible so people from different backgrounds and even different Jewish backgrounds to sit around her desk, forgot about all the tremendous differences, and really sit down now and start now to work for this one goal which we had in mind. What can we do better? What can we save, and what can we do better in this horrible time? This was, I would say, possible because of the personality of Gizzy. Dr. Neumann, for instance.
But about Gizzy, you mentioned me that Dr. Dax was a little jealous
yeah.
from some reason what you maybe will so kindly explain.
I remember that Dr. Dax and I think quite a few others from even who were there in our office, Gizzy Fleischmann's office? Fleischmann.
Yes.
Was it not Fleischmann's name?
Fleischhacker.
Fleischhacker, not Fleischhacker. Fleischhacker and Dax both came to me very often telling me that, number one, they asked me that I should give them a report and not give all the report directly to Gizzy, because Gizzy was for us the connection to the persona grata. And Dax and Rosenthal, I consider that they have been only jealous because in the Zionist party...
Dax and Rosenthal or Dax and Fleischhacker?
Oh, Dax and Fleischhacker, I mean, excuse me, Dax and Fleischhacker. That they have been a little jealous of the big position which Gizzy suddenly had, and there didn't have such a strong position. And very often they asked me, for instance, that I should give them certain information which they wanted to send out to the different shliachs which we had. And I refused it for the following reason, because I considered it tremendously important that the whole work which we did should be concentrated, because how it happened I don't know, but it concentrated around the office from Gizzy Fleischmann. There it happened that the people from really different backgrounds and different personalities somehow felt at ease. So we felt that some in this little office of Gizzy, together with her personality, a meeting room was created from different persons, different personalities, and different Weltanschauung to different religious backgrounds too.
Yes.
And this was one of the reasons that we started now to concentrate and have meetings in Gizzy Fleischmann's office. Now it evolved from these meetings where we have been first a little bit just few of us, and after we met more and more of us, that suddenly this was the center of the so-called, what they call the Nebenregierung, the how do you call it in?
Working group.
The working group, as we called it. And in this working group later came the Orthodox representative, Rabbi Weissmantel, who was not there in the beginning. Now, Dax and Rosenthal and quite a few others, I thought, have been a little bit jealous about the whole situation, that everything was concentrated in Gizzy Fleischmann's hand, but we again had a much bigger, we who didn't believe, he didn't belong so much in into the so-called very intimate Zionist group, we had much more confidence to Gizzy Fleischmann and Dr. Neumann, like to the others, not only because they have been younger, but somehow it was a feeling of a cohesive little group as from between the persons which I spoke to you about.
Yes.
Now, I had very, very intimate relations with the others, with the younger ones, and because of this relation, they tried to get me very often away and tried me to report to them and tell them certain things which we discussed and we did not give anybody else. Dax was, for instance, one of those who very often tried to tell me that he had a shliach beside the shliach whom Gizzy Fleischmann was using. And he very often asked me that I should report to him and give him certain information which he wanted to send to Israel and to other places with his shliach without using the so-called official shliach. I think I didn't do it because I was afraid.
You think shliach couriers?
Couriers, yes. No, and I was under the impression, and I felt very strongly so, that this type of work must be concentrated rightly or wrongly by one's group, and this group suddenly evolved such in a not organized way, but in a very spontaneous way, that suddenly some of the leaders from the different factions met around Gizzy Fleischmann's desk. And Gizzy Fleischmann's person was such that different groups of Zionists, Orthodox, a man like Kovac who had absolutely no connection with Judaism at all of us felt comfortable. And all of us, we felt that her personality and her person is basically very important to get these different factions or different thinking successfully together in a little working group. That's why I remember that not only Dax, I don't remember now the different names, the different factions, they very often came and tried to go into it and tried to disturb this so-called, what we call the so-called Nebenregierung.
Yes.
But because we had the feeling that the so-called little small Nebenregierung, and here Dr. Neumann played a wonderful role as a mediator and brings the dissent from the others away from this group and made it possible that this group was working, I would say, pretty successfully. Mm-hmm. And he very often pointed out, because I was not so informed about the different factions in the Zionist movement, mm-hmm. and very often Dr. Neumann was giving me excellent advice and guiding me where I should, how far I should go with my information with Dr. Dax, how far I should go with Lehrer Rosenthal, and so on. And Dr. Neumann I considered as the president of the Zionist organization, rightly or wrongly, as the person to whom I should believe, and his word for me was, which I took his advice very, very strongly.
But how you consider him? How do you describe him?
Dr. Neumann, in my opinion, is a tremendously dedicated idealist. He was all the time an idealist too. He was not such a strong personality as he wanted to be, and he tried to make himself. But he had some mellow personality, which made it possible so very different people, like Kovac, Gizzy, me, Weissmandl, Dr. Wojtek Winterstein, many others, and Schalagros and many others, still meet, and through the influence of this very leveling personality of Dr. Neumann and Gizzy, to get a cohesive working group together. And in this, Dr. Neumann played a wonderful and very, very important part.
If you say he was idealist,
yeah, he was.
Can I understand this even as somebody described him, that because he was such idealist, he was not enough serious, and he many times misjudged things?
Yeah, you see, that's, I tell you very frankly, that even Gizzy Fleischmann, and especially Weissmandl, considered Neumann as a weak person, and very often happened that I was even asked that very important messages which we got through Wislitzeni or some else, not even say if Dr. Neumann was there. That's true, because of his very, very idealistic approach, and we have been afraid that if it comes to some danger point, he will be such a weak point that it's better that we don't tell him certain things in the time that we just try to achieve something. That's true.
And what about his close...
I personally, I tell you very frankly, maybe I was naive, that I did not believe in it, and I personally didn't see so much weakness in Dr. Neumann like quite a few others tried to see in him.
What about his close friend, Dr. Winterstein? Wojciech Winterstein?
Dr. Winterstein was a very strong personality, and I think only his very big prima donna type of leadership was the reason that it just didn't work. Very often happened that, you know how it is, that somebody comes into even if Dr. Winterstein is a very, very clever and really a certain type of leadership is in him. But he had such a type of leadership which was a little bit disturbing. It was not a group. We considered this a group work, and we had to have the feeling that it's a disciplined group work. In Winterstein, we never had the feeling that it's a disciplined group member. He was maybe so much too individualistic and so much absolutely sure that only right is what Winterstein say. If I remember now, that was one of the reasons why we didn't took him and he fell out from this leadership group. Because many of us have been afraid that if he is going to be a very intimate member of the so-called working group, his tremendous forceful personality, who could see only the way as he sees it, that was not a group activity, it was not a group understanding, it had to be Winterstein understanding. And we considered this as a danger for the way how we thought that thing has to be done and could be done in this special situation.
What about Dr. Kovac? Who was he and what about him?
Dr. Kovac was a perfect example of a completely assimilant Jewish boy, who normally wouldn't have dreamed, wouldn't have even dared to go into a thing like that. I think he was, first of all, he was secretary of the UG because of his very fine personality and his ability as a lawyer. And later on, I think he was because of his personal connection to Dr. Vasek. And Dr. Kovac, too, considered Gizi, and I myself, too, I considered Gizi much more as the leading personality in the whole group like anybody else. Gizi Fleischmann had some, I would say, just as I felt all the time, a certain magic influence coming out from Weissmandl in a certain other way, as a fighting person of the Jewish cause, a Zionist. We admired Gizi. And Kovac, especially Kovac, Gizi and I, we have been much more intimate, like I would say, like anybody else in the group. And Gizi's influence on Kovac was that Kovac became a tremendously important member of the so-called little group and started to work for a Jewish cause which he had emotionally absolutely nothing, no connection whatsoever. But Gizi's personality and Gizi's insistence and Gizi's speaking with Dr. Kovac was all the time the reason that he really did a lot of very daring and very important actions and took place in this little bit dangerous work, which otherwise he would have never done.
What surprised me is that you never had mentioned Dr. Rabin Frieder.
Rabin Frieder, you see, is really interesting. Rabin Frieder was, I don't know whether you know that we called him a little bit Rasputin. Rabin Frieder, in spite of that, he was, in my opinion, an amazing Jewish personality and a Jewish leader. I don't know why he did not create confidence even in our group, not. In spite of that, he, Nove Mesto Nadvachom, and quite a few other things, and in his work with Dr. Sivak, made a wonderful work in saving school teachers, in saving certain personalities. We all the time had the feeling that Dr. Frieder was not working in the overall level. He was much more interested in helping persons who knew and vanity played a much bigger role, like we would like to see it. And we had been, I think, we knew somehow that this work, what we call the so-called Nebenregierung, must concentrate on people who are not interested in their own political future, not in the political now, not in saving friends, and not in saving certain things. That we have to work on a much, much higher level. And in Frida's, we didn't have the feeling that he fits into this type of work. It was one of the reasons, if I remember, why Winterstein and Frieda, in spite of it that they have been the leading persons in the Jewish life, in our little group didn't play the role maybe like Jews in Slovakia expected they should play.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know whether it was true, but I remember that quite a few times, and especially Gizzi told us, that Frieda is speaking too much. And Frieda was not strong enough that we didn't have the feeling that we are able to speak with him what we consider dangerous matters before it goes out. Frieda was thinking and had a too good connection with Slovaks. We didn't believe too much in the Slovaks neither. He had his good connection to Sivak and his believing of the high quality of human helping from Sivak and some others made us a little bit feel to be careful that not to give certain things, not to speak, not to discuss certain things if Frieda was there. And if I think Frieda started to have this feeling, and that's why he suddenly, sometimes he started to fell out from this very intimate, close little group.
Mm-hmm. No, I do not ask on Weissmandl because you explain his personality many times. But what is interesting me is that you said that he was not in the very beginning in the group. He himself, in his book Min HaMetzar, says that he saw that it is important to make a group of all parties, Jewish parties, and this is why he give his hand and even initiative to הצד השני של גלגל השלישי בהקלטת עדותו של אינג'ינר שטיינר. As you remember, I asked you, you mentioned that Weissmandl came only later to the group. And Weissmandl himself writes that he felt that it's important to make a group, a coalition group will be all parts of the Jewish life represented.
Yeah, I think that is correct. But the group which I was speaking, that we already long time before Weissmandl came with the idea, that is correct, that this was, he was initiating this. Dr. Kovac, Gizzi, Oscar, and I, and Frieda, and Winterstein met in Gizzi Fleischmann's office regularly already before. Mm-hmm. So I would say the group which...
When is it before?
Much before the so-called Schattenregierung, how we call it, or the so-called work group was really organized.
When do you think it was organized, the group? By date?
By date I wouldn't be able to do it. But I think it was the basic reason was that Sebastian was too helping and too complying too much with the different directive which he got. And we suddenly started to do that. We had the feeling that even if we comply, all the time there is place not to comply and do something which is our interest and not to follow all the time advice. This brought together quite a few dissenters, as we called it. It was far before the so-called group was organized. And these dissenters have been speaking with Oskar Neumann, who was the head of this work department, and Gizzi Fleischmann is leading of the Zionists, very often sitting around, we criticized it and we have been satisfied. Mm-hmm. It was far before Weissmandl was not in it and many others have been in it.
I see.
And now from here, very often we met just the people whom I mentioned to you, Winterstein and Neumann and sometimes Dr. Kovac and me, and most of the time in Gizi's office. And later on, Rabbi Weissmandl came. And this whole group was in the beginning a much, much bigger group. Many people have been, Abeles was in it, and quite a few others from the Zionist organizations, and very often we met much more. And from this bigger group, who again met before in Gizi Fleischmann's office, suddenly came a smaller and smaller group, and this is what maybe Weissmandl is speaking about, that he had the feeling that it must be a much smaller leadership group composed by those people who are having important positions by different people in whose hand what we call the Schicksal der Judenschaft liegt, let's say, in whose hand the future of the Slovak Jewry is. And this is more or less how we arrive now to those who are theirs, those who have certain connections of very important Slovak positions. And this is maybe the beginning how, next to Gizi Fleischmann and Oskar Gizi Fleischmann and Weissmandl, I came into it because of my connection to Pečuk, to Koso, to Visliceni, and Tibor Kovac came into it like as his connection to Dr. Vasek. I think this was basically the reason that Gizi and Weissmandl plus Neumann, who did not have these connections, took us into this intimate group, and those who had this very important connections.
You consider that Neumann was in the intimate group?
I consider him, yes.
Who was Ferdinand Roth?
Wasn't Ferdinand Roth somebody abroad in Switzerland?
Yes and not.
The name is very familiar for me, but
it was the golem of Rabbi Weissmandl. It was so said the delegate of the world jury.
World jury, yeah,
his
that's right.
name
But wasn't he in Switzerland?
He right by himself, he created him. Is what
is it so?
His golem. So you didn't know that it was nothing, nobody really.
No, I thought that it's a real person somewhere in Switzerland.
This is why I ask you.
Yeah.
This was important.
Is it really true that it was a golem from
It was
his
personal golem.
Oh, is it interesting? I didn't know that.
No, you spoke about the connection with all these people from the government. How you think, how much was this government, Slovak government, strong and something representative, or something fluent what you can inspire them with the help of bribe and so on?
The Slovak government was more independent, like many people would think. I knew that there was this Pečuk, a man name which very seldom appears in these different letters, and it's really interesting. Pečuk was a subordinate for Koso, and Pečuk considered me as a personal good friend, because Pečuk was in a certain little space, a little time, an important man in connection with the work camps. Later he was dropped, and everybody dropped him, and I was the only one whom didn't drop, and he considered this a very nice personal gesture from me that I didn't drop him after he was not so important anymore. And he very often, after he was not so important, still came into my house and brought me very, very valuable informations. And we know from Pečuk very many things, how ugly and how ugly things Koso did, how many ugly things Vasek did, in spite of his very fine friendship to Kovac and how he behaved very often to it. But through Pečuk, who had constant connections and constant open doors to Koso and Vasek, with a knowledge of Weissmandl and Gysi, I checked even this too. And through visiting to whom, as you know, as I was very friendly later, I had the impression that many initiatives and many bad things against the Jews did not come from the German places, it came from the Slovak places.
Have you examples? Do you have?
I was told, for instance, that in a time, this again Wislitzer told me that in time that he was already willing to stop deportation and was willing eventually, or retarded. Suddenly the Slovaks have been, who have been pressing for more.
But
and this was even told me, even by Pechuk, gave me quite a few times certain hints that we should not believe Kosovo and we should not believe so much Vasek as we intend to do, that they are not so truthful workers and helping us as I intend to show it.
Mm-hmm. Why do you think but that the government was so independent? How can you prove it?
No, I cannot prove it.
Uh-huh. And how much was influential the bribe?
Yeah, the bribe for him.
Not for him, to everybody.
Everybody.
In this
insofar, listen, from the bribe with Kosovo, you remember in Neumann's book,
yes.
The so-called Kosovo affair, where again, I don't know whether it is mentioned out that here again, first I was told, because I knew Kosovo and Mrs. Kosovo, and I was told that I should be the connecting piece and the man who is going to bribe now Kosovo. That this I thought that it would be much better, like a woman should go to the woman, and I wanted to be left out completely in the bribing connection with Dr. Kosovo, because I was afraid that it could not be right. And if I remember how it was, I don't know for sure now, but I think that I somehow arranged for this meeting that Mrs. Kosovo and Mrs. Fleischmann became acquainted, and the whole bribing of Kosovo and giving him these francs and arranging for the whole money which he had in Switzerland, instead of going to me, should go again through Gysi. This was, I think, more is because, number one, I was not such an old Zionist, and I didn't feel even strong enough to handle things like that. And instead of taking too many of the different things which I was asked sometimes to do, I preferred to give sometimes and bring in other people to do it instead of me doing all those things.
Mm-hmm. Anyway, how you consider how strong was bribe in the Slovak?
I think it was strong, because we definitely have the proofs, and we saw how different things didn't happen after the bribe was given. And the very moment, sometimes if we stopped, many things happened again, and many ugly things happened again if we stopped with the bribes.
How high he can reach bribe? To shave of office, or to a presidential chef, or to a minister, or even
no, we went just the same. For instance, so far as I'm concerned, we bribed up to Dr. Kosovo, who was, after Mach, the most powerful person in Slovakia.
But was possible to bribe a minister?
No,
a minister.
A minister.
Perhaps...
no, Sivak was supposed to be bribed by...
He says, this says Weissmandl.
Yeah.
But Sivak was not, he was not so militant.
No, he was not militant at all, but he was bribed to help. But he was not militant.
And
mainly I think, as I remember, main role for Sivak was to inform, because we wanted to have all the time information what goes on in the Slovak ministerrat.
Yes.
And this was one of the finest things which the Rabbi
Weissmandl.
Not Weissmandl,
Frieder
did, because for many, I remember, for quite a long time, our own information, what goes really on in the Slovak minister circle and the highest level, was only through Frieder and Sivak.
But perhaps Chatlos do you think that men like Chatlos was able to be bribed?
I don't know.
You mentioned me this furniture in Mach's house.
Yeah.
Do you consider this as a bribe?
Definitely.
He considers this as a bribe?
I would say maybe insofar I'm not so sure. He considered it as more or less that we just a gesture of doing something for him. But truth to the matter is that Petchuk very strongly advised me, and Vasek very strongly advised me that I should get together with them, with Mrs. Mach, and design. I think I here already prepared even for you the photos from the different furniture which we did for them.
Yes, I see.
To design this furniture for them, which would, number one, would make it possible to get direct connection with Mach, which we never had before. Number two, would even psychologically to soften sometimes this man, because Petchuk very often told me, and even Koso, that he would be willing to do it, but Mach doesn't want to. So this was one of the reasons why we had the feeling that somehow we have to get close to Mach too, and make him, even if we are not able to bribe him as a way as we did bribe the others, but do something for him where he as a human being should have the feeling this really did something for me.
Did you think that it softened him?
And I think yes, we had certain things which he suffered.
For example?
For example, in different things which Koso and Petchuk said that he cannot give us permission for the work camps, because all the time he said doesn't want to give us a permission. And after this happened, certain things for the work camp have been possible to achieve because Mach didn't object to it anymore.
Which character was Tiso?
I had never any connection with Tiso. I have no idea.
How was Tiso considered in the group? Because perhaps Frieder was by
Frieder
Tiso,
was.
and what he spoke about him, as if you remember.
Tiso, we personally considered him as a priest who is willing to permit all those things, a hypocrite and the worst what you can expect, because otherwise he did everything what is against what he's preaching. And we in our so-called working group didn't even consider it too much, because any time if something we tried to achieve through Tiso, it never worked. It was not speak about Tiso or the priest.
Tiso was a priest, not Tuka.
Not Tuka, yeah, no, Tiso. And because nothing happened, what we tried to achieve through the connection Frieder Tiso, we completely dropped and completely left it.
Have you something to say about Tuka?
Just so much as I was told by Petchuk,
yes,
that Tuka is one of those whom we should not even try because there is absolutely nothing to be done.
No, what do you think about Vyslipseny?
No, this is hard. That is everything what I knew about him. I said already in my different, because this question was put on me very often. He was an interesting man. The turning point, as he became, I would say, an informer to us, and I had very much the feeling that he became an informer, because he came back and sometimes he was sitting with me and with Gidi Fleischmann and reporting like an employee comes to report to his boss, and he told me everything, what he telephoned with Berlin. Very often it happened even that I was sitting in his office and I listened to his telephone calls. And he came back from Hungary, he came back from Greece, and he reported to us just as a man who knew that he has to come back to Andrei Steiner or to Gidi Fleischmann and report about it. Basically what was, and I asked him this question, that how, if he is so tries to be so friend to me, why is he doing this whole thing against the Jews? This is what I mentioned to you before, that his answer was to me that he does not consider himself as an anti-Semite. He considers himself as a German soldier, who just as other soldiers are on the front and fight for the German land with bombs and with cannons. It is our misfortune, the Jews, that in Hitler's and the Germans' composition of war, the war against Jews and the anti-Semitism is part of warfare. It is not only just anti-Semitism. And he is one of the soldiers who, as a German, is in this part of the war. How far this was true, how far it was not true, how far he wanted just to make himself worthy to our help, which he was considering, because partly, as I told you, the breaking point came as I told him that we are going to help him if he's going to help us now. So how far all this, what he tried to show himself to us, was only a self-helping Rettungs for himself. It's very
Salvation
hard.
for himself.
A salvation for himself is very hard for me to judge. But if I would judge him as I know him, and how he really often tried to help us and advise us what to do, even against Slovak things, seems to me that he was, in a certain time, he was a really good informer for us, and he really meant to help us.
Now, finally, my last question is completely other. You was in Vilna in the breaking out of the this uprising.
That's right.
Yes. What made the Jewish in Vilna in this time? Did they take part in the uprising? And did they
Not
take willing part?
Yeah, it was in every of these work camps there was a group, not everyone. In everyone was an organized group who was in Vishnya was too.
Who was there?
I couldn't tell you.
And what they did, and what did the Jews there?
Whether they reacted in the same way like Novaki and Seret, where there was an organized group who was prepared to be a partisan group and go up and fight, I really don't know.
How they behaved themselves in the beginning of the uprising? They was willing to help the partisans. Not this group, but the average Jewish.
I think so. Sure.
For example, did they left the camp, and did they make how to say line help to create a line of defense?
I really don't know. Let me think. If maybe I remember it, maybe later I will be able to tell you. Because really, this what the behavior was there, I really cannot tell you. But I will try to remember.
Thank you. I think that for this evening we did. Yes. Yes. Anyway, this is what you explain me now. If you can record it, please.
Yeah. Thinking a little bit more and trying to remember certain things which I seemingly yesterday didn't remember right, and even mixed time-wise and even function-wise a little bit, under the more or less under the guidance what you told me yesterday, I start to remember certain things, and I would like to clarify. I remember now that really the work camps have been basically an idea from the Slovak government, who came with the idea as one of the so-called solution for the Jewish question. This was back still under Shala Gross leadership. I don't remember what type of role he played, but I know that in the beginning of the Jewish history, Shala Gross had quite a important position. And I think especially because he was one of the men, or maybe even the only one, who had access to Dr. Kosso. I definitely remember that Shala Gross was even the man who told me that I have to go with Kosso and Petchuk and somebody else to Novaki to organize and start now to make plans and organize the building of Novaki under the so-called Stavena Sprava Novaki. This, at the same time, there was another Stavena Sprava in Sered, because these have been the two work camps which have been built together. Now if I remember, it was all the time a difference between the Dr. Neumann, the Zionist groups, and Shala, the Orthodox groups. Shala Gross wanted all the time not to do, and very often I remember how often he came to me, don't do too much and make it slowly, don't make the plans, and then try to, all the time, how to call it, to retarding the whole thing instead of helping it. This was one philosophy. Dr. Neumann, and was it all the time, this time Winterstein or Kovacs, I'm sure that beside Neumann some others told me against don't retard, because if we don't do anything, it's going to be bad for us. So in connection with this, I remember that this was really the activity for these two work camps. Maybe, and why I emphasized much more the work camp in my brain, starting out with the so-called Storalska Jelinek, because I all the time considered this first action, the first part of the work camp, as something which had been pressed upon us. We had to do under the orders of the Slovak government, and I wanted to explain and emphasize much more what was a moment that instead of doing what we have been told to do, we started to do something under our initiative as part of the so-called Rettungsaktion. And that was maybe what I mixed completely up and forgot to or maybe I didn't remember consciously, unconsciously, of the part what had been before. And I remembered again, it helped me to remark what you told me about Mandla. Mandla is absolutely right if he emphasizes that Novaki, and he came in Novaki not by us sending him in, but he somehow, whether it was by directly from Bratislava, I don't know, but he came, and he was in Novaki to the time that we started to build Novaki under the Stavebna Sprava. In the same time as we started to organize Sered, he there, without our help, started to make small little shops too. What type of shops, I don't remember, whether it was a textile shop immediately, or maybe I think in connection with the building of Novaki, there have been quite a few little other things that they started to organize much more in connection with building activities, building trade. Now I remember in connection with that too, that Peter Adorian, who was there, and Mandla came to me once to Bratislava in our Užej office, knowing that I'm doing this so-called, this was already the time that we organized really, Sered is a so-called showcase how we are able to organize really quickly something good, and they asked that we should give the same help, material help and otherwise, to Novaki too. This we couldn't do because we have been much more engaged to make Sered self-supporting, and the Sered Jelinek, the Sered shops, ready for the finishing or the starting of this big job from the Stavebny Društvo for the wooden staircases. So that it was especially for me, and knowing the political implications which had to be, which were connected with it, we refused even to think to help anything else in any other work camp before we didn't have the absolute assurance that the work camp is going to be successful in Sered. And that's why I think our advice to them was, do anything what you want, and do anything for the time being on your own. And Mandla's vision and Mandla's activity with Porhora really was building to the same time, without our help, certain different shops too.
Now about Sered, to came back to Sered, it was a plan, as far as I know, with the connection of the Zionist organization, and even it was a plan to send there Zionist leaders. One of them really came there. It was Erwin Spitzer. But it was a plan that even Winterstein, I think, has to be the leader of this place.
Oh yeah, wait a bit. Now I remember the following thing. A Senate was organized. We wanted naturally to do as much as possible that the leadership of the work camp should be in Jewish hands.
Sure.
Now, in connection with that, this was given, I think, Dr. Neumann complete in his hand as the Zionist or Zionist president of the Zionist organizations, that we knew that if we need people who are willing to do something, building up such a case, the Jews who never had this type of experience are not able to organize it. And it was all our opinion, especially Dr. Neumann's, that leading members of the Zionist organization could do this type of job. And I think Kurt Mandel, who was too from Brno and was a very active member, a very fine organizer, was sent to Sered to organize, together with quite a few other Zionist youth group leaders, a so-called Jewish leadership in this camp, and organize the whole Jewish life there. Winterstein was supposed to go, but he refused.
Yes, yes, you're right.
I remember that Winterstein was as one of the leaders. We asked him, or I don't know how it was, but I know that he was asked to do it, but he absolutely refused to do it. And after Winterstein refused, was Kurt Mandel plus quite a group others, just was seeing Spitzer, and I don't remember the names now, and they did an outstanding, wonderful job in Seret to organize it and get immediately a certain type of, get the whole organization of the life in Jewish hands instead of letting it slip into the Slovak hands. This is the same thing what happened in Nováky too, because this is how later on, Fürst
Mano.
Mano first, I don't know. First was there, Kurt Mandel and some others.
Me. Yes.
So these are more or less, as I remember now, the beginning of Nováky. In Sered, in connection, parallel with this organization of this the Jewish life there and the Jewish Rada, I think, how we call them.
Council.
Jewish council there, that's right. Was going the organization and the work for the big job which we got from the Stavebne Društvo for quite a few hundred, I don't know, maybe it was even maybe it was for 1,000 homes, wooden steps which have been in a group of which have been the inside steps leading from a ground floor to the first floor of a row houses which the Stavebne Društvo was building.
This was during the deportation.
This was during the deportation, because the basic idea was, and maybe this was what I wanted to point out in my report yesterday, that the whole activity which we had up to this point was something which we did under the pressure of the Slovak governments, and so far as I am concerned, we didn't enjoy it too much, because we never know whether Šalagros philosophy is going to win out, which he thought is a danger, if we should not do it, because we help concentrate, or was it the Dr. Neumann philosophy and Dr. Kovács philosophy, right, if we should do it, because we have to do it. But from what we have been starting to think about it, and what I wanted to point out yesterday was the moment that I tried to do some positive of this negative. And this was the moment where I came to the idea to make this positive contribution to the Slovak industry, and the Slovak Wirtschaftsleben, economic life,
yes.
By organizing this stolarstvo, this carpentry there, proving to the Slovak places that it is worthwhile to leave it here instead of sending it out. And yeah, and this is what I told yesterday. That this was the idea came from Krasniansky, from Stavebne Društvo, who suddenly by some, I think, a very informal conversation on the street told, what about if you could you do for me could you, because I asked him, no, wait a bit. There was a group of workers already working in Stavimendrustvo, just helping him by the normal building activity. And from there on, we spoke about it, how we could do a little bit more. And somehow in this conversation came the idea, what about doing something for some professional help? And he came, okay, now what about we need so and so much staircases? And they were going to let me think about it. And from this conversation I had the idea, what about if we would concentrate and get all the cabinet makers and carpenters, Jewish, who are already thrown out or are going to be thrown out very soon, and get permission from Kosovo to concentrate all them in Sered, and this would be the basis of a so-called, what we call a positive action, which we would already organize if Kosovo would be willing to give what we call the vinimka, the assurance that exclude them from any deportation. And in this was, I think, Dr. Neumann and Gizzi liked the idea, and Dr. Neumann, I think, was the man who made me a list because I didn't know people in Slovakia, and he put together, with the help of his Umschulungskurs.
Yes, these courses for to treat. The real number 4, the testimony of engineer Andrew Steiner about the fate of Slovakian Jews during the Second World War. Mr. Steiner, please.
I would like now to add to it what I told you before about the action with the wooden stairs, that to achieve this, it was necessary to get a list of all the available Jewish cabinet makers and carpenters in Slovakia who already have been out from their job, or they know that in a very short time they will be out, and for them to going into Saraj, if we are able to achieve that Kosovo gives us assurance that these will be exempted from deportation, would be willing to go there. Dr. Neumann and his department worked out a list. I don't remember how many of them was, but I think it was something between 100 and 150 names, which list was given to Kosovo. And after I explained the whole project which we had, and I think it was Petchuk who helped me to achieve it and influence Kosovo, and Dr. Kovac helped to do the same thing to achieve by Vasek, and the cooperation of the different interventions which Kovac did by Vasek and I did by Dr. Kosovo resulted in really that Dr. Kosovo gave his signature and his permission to transfer so and so many people from different parts of Slovakia for this one so-called Stolarska Dziewna,
yes,
carpenter shop, and there will be exempted from deportation. After we had this, we immediately, this was again, I think it was given to Dr. Neumann again, and it was his job now to organize, together with Kurt Mandel, that the cabinet and carpenter should be there as quick as possible. And meanwhile, together in the same time with Kurt Mandel and with the head carpenter Löwinger, we went to the Dunajska Trust, this fair on the Danube, bought the necessary tools. Oh, wait a bit, no, it was done that the carpenters and cabinet maker must bring their tools as much as they can. The beginning was not. First they have been told that everybody should bring as much of their own tools.
And not only tools, but even money.
Even money. Wait a bit, this was something which again, you are right. Dr. Neumann had quite an action to get some, that they had to bring some money to have the first money to buy some material to be used, because the money which the Stavime Društvo tried to give me, and they promised me they are going to give me quite a big amount of money to finance this. Well, this was the reason of what I told you, this letter which they asked for me to give them, a so-called guarantee letter from the UJ, which, because the UJ refused to do it, I myself wrote. But before we had this money, we still had to have some money for the first weeks maybe. And you are right. Some of them had to give some money to help it,
and to bring their
to bring their tools. But after the tools were there, and I went out to see the tools, I saw immediately the tools haven't been adequate to do really such a big job as we had it. So this was the question from where to get quickly some really excellent tools. And by chance, really, the same time was this exhibition in the Danube Fair. And there we immediately quickly bought it and sent it down. And if I remember, even for this buying, we got some money from the different families to be able to finance this first buy of the tools. Or was it Dr. Neumann who gave us? I really don't remember now from where the biggest part of this money came. But anyway, after these tools, the tools of the carpenters and cabinet makers, plus the newly arrived tools, were installed in Serad in a really an amazing short time. The work really started, and we started to deliver, to the biggest surprise even to the Stavime Društvo, the stairs. And this again, one of the things played very much in our hands to make this accepted. Normally such stairs are done only by carpenters, but the biggest part of our workers have been cabinet makers. So the quality of the stairs was above the normal quality of similar stairs what you used to do in a building. And we saw to it that the report should go to Kosovo and to Vašek, and I think it went even to other circles, about the excellent quality of the delivered staircases. And this was the reason that this happened so good, that I could immediately ask the state resort places to hand us and give us other job to immediately feed and make the further necessary workload a continuation, the possibility of continuing really with this Storaska, with this carpenter shop. This was again so successful that instead of having, first we had only a carpenter shop down the ground floor, that pretty soon we had to make a new story and build a second story to it, because there was so much to do, especially with furniture. And for the furniture we had to have undisturbed clean rooms, which we created on the second floor of the carpenter shop, which was first only just a first floor carpenter shop. Now from there on we had the families there, and now to make even the families work, the women and the others who couldn't work in the carpenter shop, from here Kurt Mandl and the others in Serad started now to organize other little shops, and very soon we had, I think it was nothing what we didn't do. Same thing happened parallel in Nováky. And in Nováky the big basis of the whole Nováky work camp was sewing machines. How do you call it? Not sewing. It was confections. Confectionaires. Tailors, but confectionaires. And they had hundreds and hundreds of sewing machines which the women brought with them from their own homes. And Kurt Mandl really just created here a wonder. He organized it in such a way that the tailor shop and confectioners was tremendously successful.
But to say the truth, before him was there Mano Fürst.
Before that, yeah, again, it's true. Mano Fürst was there because he was the UG Duvernich,
Yes,
or
the
referent of the UJ in Prievidza.
Yes.
And he was there, and he was one of the organizers, and he was so-called the Jewish father of the Novaki.
And he was the post, and Mandler was put instead first.
Instead first, that's correct. That's correct.
And how came after this Novaki to the common organization?
Later on, after the success of Seret was already assured, naturally I think we proposed that just as we said in the political work, we were on the opinion that everything should be organized in this group and in Bratislava, that we are able to control, and everything should go in the well-organized proper channels. And we organized to Washek and to Kosovo that he should create a so-called center office. This was the center office where I remember that we decided that Pechu, whom I knew from before, should be nominated as should be the leader of the central office, again for the reason that we centrally would be able to control and check and direct the whole activity. And in this time after, the Novaki too and Vishnya became in a central organization on a Slovak level by Pechuk, and we have been in a central direction organization on a Jewish level. And because the idea was that Kovac had the best personal entrance to Washek, I had and Dr. Kovac entrance to Dr. Kosovo. I had a good connection to Pechu. So if we are able to direct and influence everything what happens in the work camps through these three positions, this is a better assurance to anything that nothing should happen which we don't want, and certain things could be channelized into the Jewish hands better if it goes from us, and instead of leaving it to the spread out different Jewish people plus the spread out different Slovak people who have been connected with the work camps before. I think this is more or less how I remember what is behind that. It suddenly the whole thing became centralized on Slovak and on Jewish level both.
Engineer Steiner, please. I will start now the questionnaire what you have in your hand, what is the same what was in the symposium of the symposium in Jerusalem. And please answer me in these things what you know and we didn't spoke about. If you know something new or you remember something what you haven't say until now, please say. The first question is how UJ or the Jewish committee, the Judenrat, to say, I do not think explain nothing, only the terminus technicus. What is your view on UJ? Did you look upon it as a combination of organization that previously existed among Slovakian Jewry, or as something imposed from without?
No, it was definitely something imposed from without. And by having seen already in Brno how the German occupation worked, this type of Jewish organization in different places, it was called differently, was one of the schemes which the Germans applied all the time. So there's no question about it. Usually was something forced upon as from without for certain purposes which maybe the Slovak too and the Germans wanted to carry out.
Why you mention Brno?
Because in Brno I saw the same thing happen in a
you
certain
saw it.
way.
But you think, no, I will different. In these things I am more interested in facts than in opinion.
Yeah.
So what I will know is your opinion or you know this?
This is partly my opinion, and know it too, that it naturally it was forced upon without.
Mm-hmm.
But what I would like to do, what maybe was in Slovakia different, that by forcing it out, the Jewish community in Slovakia was skillful to try to organize, to get into this UŽ, the different factions of Slovak Jewry, that it should be represented and guided into maybe in channels which would be positive instead of negative. This, I would say, is really happening in Slovakia.
Do you know the name of Jacob Edelstein?
Yeah, I heard about the name, but I don't know.
Do not know anything.
I don't know anything about
Do you know
it.
about any conferences in Slovakia before the organization of the UŽ?
No.
So I think we can turn to the second question. What was your view on the work of the so-called work group as part of UŽ until 1944, units underground activities and its relations with the Slovaks and Germans? To explain this question, you said me yesterday that and even though you began to explain how it was founded. And you said me yesterday that it was a self-consciousness of these people, that they are working for something and so. I will ask you if you can say again, what do you think on the very beginning, how it started to work, how it worked, and if the people really saw that they have a kind of responsibility, and which kind of responsibility, and for whom they have responsibility.
Yeah. I think the beginning of the so-called work group organization was a very, very informal one, and it came out from our dissatisfaction with the Starosta Sebastian's activity and quite a few others who absolutely, for our opinion, even started to do difficulties in our positive work.
Excuse me. Maybe you even do not agree with the name working group. Because you said me only a few minutes ago that how important was Mrs. Fleischmann as a woman, and in the beginning she was not active and nobody was active, as she was the point of
meeting
and so. And I am interested in these things.
Yeah, this I can.
Your opinion, maybe all this name working group also is nothing. In the really was nothing. It was only later the name given.
No, absolutely. For the beginning, we didn't have even any intention to make a working group. The whole thing developed in the following ways. I remember, just as I told you, this dissatisfaction with Starosta and the dissatisfaction of some other leaders from the official UŽ leadership. There was a few people who very often we went to Gizi more or less to complain about it. I was sitting with Gizi's Winterstein was very often there, and I would say really basically started by the Zionist group.
What she did in UŽ? What was her job in UŽ of Gizi Fleischmann? Why she was in UŽ?
You know, this is really interesting. This is a question of what she did before I came to her and what she did. She was hidden, no question about that. And if I remember that she did only just this Red Cross help, letter writing, and some contact work with the American joint. I remember. But what she really did in the UŽ itself, I really don't know now.
She was a formal. She had a salary from UŽ.
I think so.
So anyway, yeah. What I understood.
But anyway, somehow how it happened, I don't even know. That in Tibor Kovač, for instance, who was secretary, the general secretariat from the UŽ. I was working with Dr. Neumann very intimately together. And as member of the Zionist organization, I very often went down where Leo Rosenthal was on office. Leo Rosenthal was sitting there Gizi Fleischmann, that's another girl was there, I don't remember, a very nice young girl. Anyway, the whole Zionist little groups have been there in this office. So suddenly, I would say just not spontaneous, we just sit down with her and started to speak about it and complain. The Starosta did this, and this guy makes impossible to do this, and Rabbi Frieda used to come from Novemestnadvachon, and all the time we met with him in Gizi Fleischmann's office. Rabbi Frieda, for instance, very often came with information which he got from Minister Sivak. So to hear all the different things, we had to meet another place, and not on the really official UG place. And Gizi Fleischmann's office was in a different building. And so her office was wonderful for this type of meeting, where we wanted to check certain information which we had, and very often check with information which Wojciech Winterstein brought or Rabbi Frieda brought. So this is how suddenly we started to meet in Gizi Fleischmann's office.
Excuse me, I will disturb you again.
Yeah.
I have somebody told me that once Sebastian came to this, he knows about this that you met there.
Yeah.
And he came inside and said that if you do not stop these meetings, he will call police.
I don't know this. I was not there. I was told about it. I don't know whether he saw they called the police, but he was very much disturbed because this meeting had been known already, and in the UG it was called the so-called the Nebenregierung. Nebenregierung in English I would call the second government. The second government. And this work naturally it looked Sebastian who suddenly started to be fearing that the so-called second government is going to take away from him his job or his importance, something like that. But I heard about something like that, but whether he really said so, I really don't remember.
Anyway, so you said that it began to be informal.
It was began
informal in the beginning, and it was important that Mrs. Fleischmann,
Mr. Sebastian.
That Mrs. Fleischmann was a woman, and you met in
her office. Yeah.
And how it developed, and what I ask you, what the people think about themselves.
Now, from this really spontaneous beginning, especially after the whole deportation and the whole work started to be more complicated, and the interventions started to be more complicated, I don't remember in which time suddenly Weissmandl in the beginning was not even there, Weissmandl was not even known. For some reason, I don't know what it was, that Weissmandl, who was up to this point only in Nitra, and was one of the leaders of the so-called Vatican in Nitra, suddenly came to Bratislava. And Weissmandl naturally, suddenly, because this so-called second government was already known, came to one of these meetings. And from there on, Weissmandl was a constant member of this different unofficial meeting, which had, again, nothing else, just discuss common matters, and we discussed it in Gizi's office just because we didn't want it even to start with the Sebastian and others even to know about it. And the seriousness of all those things which happened constantly brought this group closer and closer and closer together. It was partly, I really don't know whether I remember right, but I think that the different more serious channels which Weissmandl tried to get us. This was one of the reasons that we started now to think about what else can we do, and this is something I think which was a big contribution to Weissmandl. But he started to give us a feeling, especially for me, that he started to give us a feeling that there's much more what we could do, and there's much more to be done, and we should really feel responsible to this group of Slovak Jewry. And he had some type of influence, I think, not only on me, but he definitely had it on Kovac, who was a perfect example of an assimilant Jew. But I know that that Weissmandel's influence was even on him very, very strong, and I know that Gysi Fleischmann was tremendously influenced by Weissmandel, and his personality was, who suddenly started to give us the feeling, let's try all our possibilities which we have. Number one, to try to get stoppage, to stop the deportation of the deportation. Wait a bit, now I think it starts to dawn to me. Weissmandel was the man who got the first messages from Poland that the deportation is not a working deportation, that the deportation means death.
When?
And when this what I'm trying to remember when it was. It must have been, I think, a few months or maybe half a year after the deportation started. Mm-hmm. So deportation started when? Started in March in 42. So it must have been around the end of 42, I think.
We will come back to this question.
This moment where we started now to work on the basis that we knew already that it is not only deportation to working, but it's deportation to gas chambers and death. This is where I think all of us started now to work a little bit much more.
I interrupt you in this point only with a few, I will say, we will come back to this question. But please be careful what you speak about, because in 42 nobody know about gas chambers. And even what Weissmandel was not gas chambers, but the people are killing,
and
shooting
big room.
Sonderkommandos and so. Yeah, but nobody know about gas chambers and so. So please, what do you say? Be careful to what you know this time and what you know today, not to mix these things together. Anyway.
Yeah, now just I'm telling you that for different things, the way how the work has started to be more complicated and more geared toward retten, to save as much as we can and try to stop the deportation in Slovakia. This is how all this activity became concentrated in this little group, and I think it was this was partly, or maybe I would say even mainly, Weissmandel's work. And in this group, after Weissmandel came with the idea of the European plan. Weissmandel came with many other things, where Wislitzer and Hochberg had to be included. And so slowly evolved that the so-called, what we call today working group, was an established group of 4 or 5 people as a center of the whole thing, plus quite a few other people who have been a little bit the outer circle of this working group.
But now is a question. You said that everybody know about the so-called Nebenregierung.
Yes.
And other time you said me once that people didn't know, perhaps Mandler himself didn't know. So this is a question, how far people know about these activities and how far they didn't.
I think they know about it, that a group like this existed, but they didn't know how deeply we start now to influence happenings in different, that they didn't know what type of interventions we're doing with Kosovo. They didn't know what we are doing with Wislitzer. They didn't know how far we I think nobody knew that we are giving money nearly to everybody and trying to influence the whole happening through bribing everybody. And these are the things which I didn't know. But that the group existed, and the group, I'm pretty sure, was even hated by quite a few people because they didn't understood what we really are doing, and we couldn't explain what we are doing. I remember quite a few times even I was asked from those in a different work camps, because I used to travel down very often to each one, and all the time the so-called leadership of the work camp tried to press me out what are you doing and so on, and naturally my answers have been very, very vague and very ausschweifend, how do you call it?
Yes, only to say something.
To say something. Yes. So this was, instead of giving them the feeling that something is done, they are misunderstood it maybe, and they said, what are those guys doing? And there was, if I remember right, there was quite a bit of jealousy and fighting in between, that what are doing and how come that somebody from Bratislava tells me what we should do here and so on and so on.
No, somebody told me, yes, we know about them, but they acted for us only as Kotel Maravi. You know what Kotel Maravi is? The western wall that remained from the Holy Synagogue in Jerusalem. It was a place to which Jews came to cry. How do you think it's true? That the people only came to these people of the group to say, to ask help, to cry to them, but not really more.
I don't think so. But partly it is true. Definitely, anytime if something happens in any part of Slovakia, they immediately came to us and tried what can we do, because they knew that quite a few of us had the entrance to different possibilities. But this was again because they didn't know really what goes on in behind the scenes. And you are right in this remark that many considered it as just and came, I wouldn't say crying, but they came to ask for interventions and ask for help and ask for different yes.
So anyway, the another thing you mentioned me that it was some kind of political fighting even in this group or in this bigger group, how to say?
No, I wouldn't say political fighting, but
not
it was
fighting, but tension
between the Zionist group and some political, not misunderstandings or jealousies have been even within the Zionist groups too. But that was a different viewpoints between the Orthodox, the Neolog, and the Zionist groups in this different group. Naturally, different personalities saw it differently how certain things should be done. But here I want to point out again Gizzy Fleischmann's person, that somehow her personality and her activity and her office suddenly brought this different.
הצד השני של סרט מספר 4, עדותו של אינג'ינר שטיינר. Please, so you said the last thing about Mrs. Fleischmann. She was, how to say,
coordinator.
Coordinator, yes.
Yeah, I think this activity from Gizzy was one of the most important to the success of the whole work. Because
yes,
yeah, it is definitely true that Gizzy Fleischmann's person, Gizzy Fleischmann's location was this coordinating place and coordinating person who achieved a smooth work together with sort very different personalities and very different backgrounds of these personalities. But beside her, Dr. Neumann made a very, very important contribution to smooth and work toward the same goal, to make it a smooth working group instead of a fighting group as it sometimes started out.
I think you mentioned this,
yeah,
as you spoke about Dr. Neumann.
Yeah.
I asked you yesterday.
Yeah.
Your opinion, so I think you said this.
Yeah, okay.
Did you?
I don't know, but I wanted to point out that not only Gizzy, but in the smooth functioning of the different personalities was she and Dr. Neumann who really made a wonderful contribution.
I wonder if you know this thing. Mr. Rabbi Weissmandl mentioned in his book that, one moment only please, book in book Min HaMetzar, page 92. He mentioned a letter who came from Schwab, you know this name,
Yeah.
Nathan Schwab.
Yes, Nathan Schwab.
In this letter was written such thing: don't try to match to work for jury, Slovakian jury, because what our purpose, our aim is to create a Jewish state, and for everything we have to pay with blood. And so you try to escape from Slovakia, or in the really word it was atem tailu, it means atem tailu, it means you go to walk, it means to walk, to cross the boundaries, and we have to pay by blood with nothing to do, so you try to escape, and what will happen will happen. Do you remember such a letter?
I didn't say the letter, I didn't read the letter, but I remember that it was by one of the ones it was brought up. And whether it was brought up by Weissmandl or whether we heard about it that something like this came, I really don't know now. But this doesn't mean too much in my opinion, because letters, similar case, with a completely misunderstanding what we try to do and completely misunderstanding what goes on, came not only from Schwab, they came from many others too. So I don't know why it is so should be important to investigate whether this is true or not true.
Why I ask? Because this is a part of Weissmandl's book. And Weissmandl here accused the Zionist movement. And he knows that I will not here justify or accuse nobody. For me it's very important to know the facts. I looked upon most letters what are in Schwab archives. I didn't find out this letter. And in this symposium we asked the people if they remember the letter. They didn't remember. Maybe they didn't like remember. But anyway, I will try to translate what he wrote here. The first thing he explains that this letter was written in Hebrew with Latin letters. But the letter was written in Hebrew, and the people, the Zionists themselves didn't know Hebrew and didn't understand what was written here. This letter came occasionally to his hand, and they didn't ask him to translate it. But he mentioned it once in a session of the people.
Yeah.
And here writes so, the courier came and he wrote to the company, you have to remember all time is that the thing what is very important, and you have remember it, that our side will once be the victor, the Anglo-American and Russia. And after the victory, the world will be divided between the nations as it was after the First War. And in this time, we will have the first step to make from Palestine, or as in Hebrew name Eretz Israel, our state of Israel. Nobody know, and this I will give you a remark, nobody know at this time that this will be the name of the state. State of Israel was decided, gives this name to the state only in 14 of May 1948. So even Weissmandl makes here a flashback what is not true.
Yeah.
And this is why it's so important. Maybe he did himself have mistakes, all this.
Yeah.
And we did important steps for this thing. And if you so cry about that that is much blood is
spent and lost.
So our side, the people what are fighting, spend even much blood to fight German, and nothing is done without
sacrifice.
Nothing is died without sacrifice, and we have even to sacrifice something, and we sacrifice. Because after the war, somebody will come and ask you, did you sacrifice something? And only if we sacrifice something, we can receive something for else. And we cannot ask that they will sacrifice their blood for us. And only with the blood we can have our country. And what depends upon you, atem tailu, you go out, you walk. And for this I ask to give money, and the next courier will bring for this purpose money for you. This what is written in this by Weissman.
No,
my translation is bad. My English translation is bad. But you understand, I suppose, the idea. And I will ask you if you remember this incident and this letter.
I don't remember the letter as such. I never saw it, but I remember that something like this came up in Weissmandl, whether Weissmandl brought it up, and I know too that was true, that some letter came where it was proposed that Gizzy Fleischmann should come to the border, should go out of it, and it would be financed and so on, because I spoke myself with Gizzy, and Gizzy said that she's not going to do it. Mm-hmm. So whether that some type of letter like this existed must be true, because this so-called Gizzy go over the border and they are going to finance it is something which is absolutely true, because Gizzy, just told you mentioned it. Number two, I know something too, that Weissmandl brought a question like this sometimes up. But again, whether the letter was really true, or was it true as Weissmandl writes it, whether all this was in it, I don't know. Mm. But it could have been a little bit, you know how it is, you can write a letter and read a letter. Mm-hmm. And if I'm reading it, it sounds different to me, and if Weissmandl reads to certain sentences, if you take it out from the complete context of the letter, may sound like Weissmandl writes it, mm-hmm. but maybe it sounds only just a normal letter where Schwal wanted to point out, yes, the Slovak Jews are making sacrifices, the Slovak Jews are difficulties, but here are the other Jews, which is true. The Palestinian Jews and the fighting groups and many others did sacrifices, and I'm pretty sure that Schwal had no idea really what really goes on. Mm-hmm. So that this remark, even if it would be true, I cannot agree with Weissman that it implies that he could construe something that Zionist organization could be accused to fail to give us a normal help which we wanted to have. I would say that even if the letter is true, it's a complete misconstruction and misconception from Weissman's side, what he tries to read into this letter.
No, don't make an explanation of Weissman, because you have not read.
No, I didn't read.
And maybe if I give you only few ideas, you can even misunderstand what it is. So
that's correct.
This is better not to.
I'm sorry. Yeah,
yes. Anyway, what do you think about the relation of the work group with Slovaks and Germans? And here I will especially have your opinion, what you said, not opinion, the facts about the connection with Kosovo, what you try to explain. Or you prefer to explain this later after we will look in the book of Dr. Harman.
Basically, I can tell you the relation which we built up with the Slovak and the Germans have been basically the so-called Rettungsaktion. All our connections, all our intervention was completely and without any evading or I would say not one single time was anything else discussed with those, like certain help action for the Slovak Jews first, and after the we had the feeling that the finishing of the deportation in Slovakia was already settled after everything what we asked for the Slovak and German ways was bettering the situation in the work camps, bettering situations in Theresienstadt. We tried to influence bettering in situation in many other places and helping everywhere where Wislitzeni and other Germans went, and we saw that we could eventually try to help. So that the connection from our work group to these two situations was basically trying to help as what we can and use this connection to the advantage and to positive influence.
Now we can turn up to the question number 3. Do you think that a link with Slovak government and with Germans at the time of 1942 deportation could have any chance preventing the deportation? Did you at the time have impression of what happening in Poland? And if so, what? What did you know? Was such information withheld from the communities, from the Jewish communities in Slovakia? So you have here
three questions. So let me answer the
one second and the third. Yes.
In 1942, as the deportation started, I am absolutely sure that even if the so-called work group would have been already in action and would have been well organized, I don't think so we would have been able to do anything about it and prevent it. I heard after, I don't know who was it, by one of the meetings that sometimes somebody voiced it that maybe we could have done it, but it is naive even to think about it. I'm pretty sure that we could not have done it. So the preventing of deportation was not our hand. I think really what we can do only later to stop it, but not prevent it.
Mm-hmm. And you think that you succeeded to stop it?
I think that it was no question about in anything in private and in political life is all the time proper timing.
Proper action.
Pardon?
Of proper action.
Proper action in the proper time. I would say even that as I see it now, if we would have tried to do the same thing maybe 2 or 3 months ago before it succeeded, it would have not have been done.
Fair.
But there are so many other things already happened meanwhile, which made somehow this climate ready to an action like this. Well, I want to point out that if we wouldn't have been there, maybe many other things would have happened. But in this time, the interventions and the proper actions which we did, and the proper timing was with help to finish deportation. But I don't know whether it is diminishing the importance of our activities, but this is not what I intend to do, but I try to be realistic, that in the time so many other things played into the whole picture that we just were right in this very moment, right with our activities, and could help or could make it a reality to stop it.
Mm. The second question?
The second...
about Poland.
In Poland, just as I told you, first we didn't know anything. All of us thought it's going to be a so-called working camp in Poland instead of a working camp in Slovakia.
I have many questions. First thing, you remember the name of Josef Kornianski?
Yeah.
Who was he?
You will have to help me, but I really don't know.
So, you remember the groups of refugees from Poland in 41?
That's correct.
Was he a member of these refugees?
I think so, yeah. Wasn't he in Sosnowiec?
No, he was not in Sosnowiec.
Where was he, Kornianski?
He was a Zionist youth movement. Yeah. Maybe you remember other one, Aaron Rosenfeld.
Aaron Rosenfeld, too.
What do you remember about that?
Just the name, and he was in a Zionist.
You remember that these people said what they experiences from Poland?
No.
To
whom did they say what?
What they saw in Poland.
Before they came to Slovakia?
Yes. Nothing. No. Other question. Do you remember that the Slovak soldiers so-called Richla Divizia, the quick division, fought Germans.
In the beginning?
In Russia.
In Russia? No, never heard about that. In Russia's fighting Germans?
No,
Slovak division?
fight Russians.
Oh, fighting Russia. Oh yeah, yes, sure.
Do you know something if they told of their experiences in Slovakia?
No.
As they came to vacation? Now, perhaps you know the name of Dr. Schoenfeld from Topolchany?
Yeah.
You know him personally?
Yeah.
Dr. Schoenfeld told me such a story. Before the deportation, he met the notarion, notar of Topolchany, and this guy said him that a major, his name was Wessel, Major Wessel, he told him a story that he saw in Russia how Germans killed a great group of Jewish. And the same story is this Wessel said not only to this notar but even to the President Tisol. Beginning of the deportation, where these deportation are going. I know that many of them was very afraid, and many even did suicide or ran to Hungary, and so why they didn't like to go with the deportation? What was the feeling about what will happen?
No, I'm pretty sure that there have been many stories going on, what goes on and what happens to Jews in the German occupied country. How much we knew about effectively what they are doing, I don't know. But everybody feared to go any place where they would be completely under German command. So that the fear to anything seemed to be better to anybody is to go to Poland or to go where the Germans are occupying the Germans, to get into Germans' hand. I myself from Brno went out from the Germans' hand to Bratislava to save myself because I felt safer in Slovakia, which I didn't feel safe enough, where the Germans have been the completely control. So I'm pretty sure that only just this soul feeling was enough to anybody instead of going to Poland and rather to go to Hungary, just as I went rather to Slovakia, is to stay in Bohemia.
But you think that nothing positively was known?
I don't know about it.
You didn't know anything positive.
And I'm pretty sure that for instance, if somebody Gysi or Neumann would have known, I cannot imagine that they wouldn't have told me to. Or Weissmann, if he would have known to this time the beginning, that he wouldn't have told me. Because I remember that for Weissmann came this horrible news, which was completely new for him and new for us.
No, I will.
And if he would have known all those things when you are speaking about it, how could he have been so surprised what goes on with our transports?
Now I will turn to this horrible news. I will make clear that the news didn't came in the end of 42. But it's important if you remember when they came. And I will suggest to you with this remark.
43, I'm sorry to say. It came after in the middle of 43.
42, we are speaking about the year of the deportation, 42.
Yeah. But this news did not come 42, you are right. It came, I think, in 43.
If they came only 43, why did you try to stop the deportation in middle of 42? And you remember the transport of Yom Kippur 42?
Yom Kippur 42, yeah. This was the Yom Kippur transport, was it not one of the last which went from Sered? The last transport which went from Sered.
And Novaki.
And Sered and Novaki too, I don't remember that now. Listen, to stop deportation was completely apart from the so-called news, because all of us, we thought anything is better and to stay in Slovakia, like to go into again, to go to Germany or go to
I
Poland.
will give you all truth. This point you forget. But the news came from Poland in July, at least July 42.
Did it?
Yes. And this is why you make such a strong effort to stop it, and the people who go in the last transport of 42, they completely know where they are going. So
yeah, I think it's right, because the time, the big effort to stop deportation was influenced. That's why I thought that I remember that around a half a year passed from the first deportation to the time that we got this news what Weissmandl brought us. Some Jewish boys who escaped in some of the lagers was, or he got a letter or something.
You remember this letter was brought by couriers who was sent, and later he sent money and
oh, it was an courier.
Gold, not one, many. And they sent gold and watches and so to help to these people there.
To tell you very frankly, these are the things which I was, not only me, but Kovac and others have been so much involved in other things, that this type of activity was so much in the hand of other people, that the details, I didn't know the details neither there, and I don't remember them, so I can only try to remember that. Sure, you are absolutely right in that. To the time that we started to work very strongly for closing deportation, in this time we knew it already, because the news what happens definitely came, I remember, during deportation. Because Weissmandl came with his news. I don't know, was it a letter, or was it he heard, or somebody came, or maybe he, I think constantly was some trying to make connections through non-Jewish people going into the Poland and trying to make connection and to find out what goes on there. And if I remember right, some of these non-Jewish shliachs who went there, they came back with some proofs and some news about it. And this is what sure must have been done, because the news had been given to Tiso, to Koso, and even to Wisnitzen it was given, that we know now that it is not deportation, work camp, it is death.
But Leo
must have been.
Leo Rosenthal says a different thing. Leo Rosenthal said that even perhaps you people, not you personally, you people know before deportation something, because but you didn't believe what happened, because you prepare all these letters, Red Cross letters, before the deportations.
I don't know. Who was doing this the Red Cross?
He said that he and the Jewish in the Ustredna Žido and the Zionist organization. We can turn, I think so, to the question number 4. What was the activities of the work group from the time of the establishment of the Jewish and non-Jewish underground groups in Slovakia until the time of the rebellion? Now, because you explained this partly, I prefer to ask this question so. Did you I will take this question together with question number 7. When and how did the work group and the youth movement know about the rebellion? And I will ask you if was any preparation or try to help to underground movement to active underground movement. Who did and how did and what happened?
If I am right, the whole thing started out with I don't know, was it fire prevention exercise or sport activities in the different.
This is what you spoke about.
Yeah, Now this was very beginning that we said we have to have a group of young, strong boys in every place, that if anything would happen, it was far before any uprising was, just happened, Slovak Gardistas would come in, that we should have somebody who is able to protect. So, but this I am sure that was completely in the hand of Dr. Neumann in the Zionist organization. This was again some activity that all of us felt that nobody is better equipped to organize a thing like the Zionists. And I think Dr. Neumann was working with quite a group of people. I don't know all the different names, but quite a few whom called, for instance, Spitzer was in Serad, and many names. I'm just not able even to repeat those names.
No.
And they started out to make a so-called physical program. And later I know that it was even extended to buying weapons and buying munitions, which has to be partly somewhere around Novaki, and sometimes even buried into the ground and the whole activity was organized by Neumann and by the so-called Zionist groups.
I am sorry, I have to ask you some question more. First is what you didn't answer. How much did you know about the not Jewish underground and the preparation? If you know, nothing.
Yeah, I knew only following thing again, that all this preparation are interrelated with some preparation to, not for the upstanding, that if everybody thought that if the Russians and Romanians are coming, that is all the time a very dangerous vacuum here.
Not Romanians, because
Russians.
Romanians came to the war only in 44 in the end.
Yeah, you are. So anyway, so that if the Russians are going to come, there will be all the time a dangerous moment where is needed some self-help or some type of group. Self-defense, and that's what the reason. This is what we saw that it was done. I personally had absolutely no idea that it was going to be a really Slovak uprising.
Did you know about partisan moments in the mountains in 44?
And have you heard about it? Yeah.
Now, look. One of the Zionist youth movements, one of the members of the Zionist youth movement of Hashomer HaTzair, said me such a story. They helped to partisan groups, and they asked to have money from the working group. And maybe this I am wrong, but anyway, Neumann said him that don't do anything because you endanger all us with such activities, and even he said if you will continue, I will give everything to police, something like this. On the other hand, he received active הגלגל החמישי של עדותו של אינג'ינר אנדרו שטיינר על שואת יהדות סלובקיה. Mr. Steiner, as you remember, my last question was on the deportation of families. If I ask how much it was known that it started to be deportation, or if it came as a surprise to the whole community.
You mean as whether it was a deportation of the young,
yes, because
or the family?
After you know that suddenly they changed.
They changed it from youth and
yes,
working people. It changed suddenly to the family. As I remember, it was by surprise. We didn't know it. First, really thought that only working boys and girls are going to be sent in working camps to Poland. So that suddenly it was extended to families, it was rather a surprise for us.
And for the people, it was a surprise. Even they know this was surprise for you, even for members of UJ.
Yeah, that's right.
So for the people,
Everybody, naturally,
yes.
it was a surprise.
I see. I ask you if you know about, this knowledge, this what happened in Poland. And as you remember, I told you that it was an intermission in the deportations. They listed, I think, to June, and after this was, or to July, I do not remember, and was an intermission. Why was this intermission?
A certain interruption came.
This interruption.
Yeah, the
This
interruption
was
came in a time, and what it was, I really don't know.
You have to know, I suppose, because as Weissmandl explains, this was the
big time of
Wisliceni told, I give you 7 weeks to give me to find out the money for the Slovakian plan.
It's true.
And he gives
That's
7 weeks.
That's true.
You know about this? Do you remember this? Discuss this?
Yeah, that's correct. That's correct. I completely forgot, but it's true.
You can say something more
true.
about this?
Really, I really don't know more detail, but I know that we had difficulties to deliver the money and to get everything together, and we have been asked that he should give us a time to get this money together.
And how it was made?
But how for the details, whether we asked him and how it was, I really don't know.
And maybe you know how it was done with the Slovaks, that they agreed to this interruption?
And don't think so. The Slovaks had too much difficulty, and if I remember, it was Dr. Kovac, who was working with Vasek. That was completely up to him to be assured, because Wisliceni very often said that he can't do anything in connection with the stopping if we parallel don't work for the Slovak sides too. Because the Slovak side, in his opinion, very often said that it's not only the Germans, but it is the Slovaks too who are pressing for sending people. And we had to work in the same time, not only on the German side, but on the Slovak side. They should not ask for transports and so on.
Here is a problem of Hochberg, because Hochberg asked to be the mediator even between the Slovaks and Weissmandl. No, mediators, prostředkovatel.
Yeah, I don't know that.
This Weissmandl writes. And because the Slovaks didn't like him, so he arranged that he met Mrs. Fleischmann.
To whom? A mediator between whom?
He sought to be the mediator between Weissmandl and the Slovak, as he was the mediator between Weissmandl and Wisliceni.
Yeah.
Now you work with Hochberg. And you and Weissmandl arranged this, as far as I remember, that he met Mrs. Fleischmann.
Ja, Wisliceni met Mrs.
No,
Who?
Hochberg.
Hochberg, yes.
And he agreed that Mrs. Fleischmann will try not to came a personal connection with the Slovaks, and not that he will be the mediator. Because Weissmandl was afraid that if Hochberg will be the mediator, so the Slovaks will not agree. You remember all this?
I don't. It must be something, because I think that only one time it was the idea that Hochberg wanted to go into more or less in our group and our work. First, it was a time that how the first time to give Wisliceni money. This was again Weissmandl's idea, and Weissmandl said that he is going to speak with Hochberg to make Hochberg a good work of the group and not an enemy and not a traitor. And he told us that he is sure that he already had the necessary influence on Hochberg, that we can rely upon him. Well, this was the reason in the beginning that was how later on, pardon?
This I'm not speaking.
Yeah, later on, after the whole activities became, Hochberg had no activities. And because his department, the very moment if we have been successful by the stopping deportation, so his work in his department stopped. And he was afraid that he's going to lose everything what he did build up for him for his department. And he tried to take over, I think, even our department, the Neumann's and my department, or at least to be part of it. And we have been very, very vehemently against this, because maybe this is what Weissmandl means. I really don't know what can he...
Where we are. So, you know, I ask you...
What Weissmandl means that I had the UCOL to check and see what Hochberg is doing, whether Hochberg is not doing something against us, was that Hochberg really in the first time went to Vyšliceny and proposed this the closing of the deportation in Slovakia, and I think he proposed that he wanted to be not only the mediator by the Germans, but he wanted to be the mediator on the Slovak side too. This was very, very opposed by all of us, and again Weissmandl took it on himself that he is going to speak with Hochberg and tell him that we would like him to concentrate on the German side, and Gysi Fleischmann is going to organize the intervention on the Slovak side. The basis and the background of this was that supposedly Vyšliceny told Hochberg that it's not enough that we concentrate on him, that he is doing this, he helps to finish the deportation. It must come from the Slovak side too. He cannot go to the Slovaks and tell them don't send any deportation away anymore. It is definitely true, because the same thing I heard from Vyšliceny, that very often if he was willing to do something which we asked him to do, he immediately pointed out that we have to do the same thing on the Slovak side, because he cannot make the initiative for not doing something against the Jews. That he can eventually, he can agree, he doesn't have to press something, but he cannot create an initiative not to do something against the Jews. So that's why all the time this fitting together the intervention in the same direction on both sides was very important. And Hochberg agreed with that too. But interesting enough, I have to emphasize that Weissmandl had absolutely the feeling that he can handle Hochberg. Gysi Fleischmann, Kovacs, and me, we didn't believe in that. Just the contrary, we knew that Hochberg is so maybe we are right or wrong, it's very hard now to say. But our feeling was that Hochberg was a danger point, and the more we leave him and take him away from every intervention possibility, the better it is for us. Nobody had confidence in him, and you know very well that you cannot work in a group if somebody there whom you don't have confidence. I would say even we created an atmosphere for this misconfidence from Hochberg. We pointed out quite a few times to Pečuch and to Kosovo and to many other Slovak places that one disturbing element in our work is Hochberg, who is completely in the hand of Vyšliceny, and he is a so-called the German Jew, and we consider him a little bit a traitor, just like in many other camps and many other situations there have been similar Jewish people helping the Germans instead of helping the Jewish side. We used, I think, a little bit skillfully to underpin this idea by knowing that the Slovaks started to be very proud of the work camps and of the different work which have been produced, and started really thinking the work camp like part of the Slovak economy. And by seeing a little danger in Hochberg, there was definitely an animosity created against him. We did it, and I have to admit that this was something which we did, especially Dr. Kovács and I. The only whom we informed was Gezi Fleischmann, that we must be prepared that maybe a moment is going to come where we have to somehow get rid of Hochberg. And our plan was that through Petschuk we would be able to send him in one of the work camps where he would be completely under our supervision and our control, and there no Berater and no German, nobody could eventually do something to get him out if we don't want to. How this was, what was really the basis after that he was taken into jail, whether it was something what the Slovaks heard about him, or was it really Petschuk or Kosovo who did it for some reason, I don't know. But I'm absolutely sure that it's part of this atmosphere which we created against him was partly responsible for it. Number two, after Hochberg was in jail, even in our work group, there have been two different thoughts. One mainly by Weissmann, who said we should do anything what we can to get him out. And he asked me even I should immediately go to Kosovo, because Kosovo was the minister of the Secretary of the Interior, and so the police was under his he was the chief of the police, not the chief of the police, but the police was under him. So it would have been the easiest way to go to Kosovo, ask him to release Hochberg. I discussed this with Kovács and Gizit again, and both said no. And I really wanted to have this no, because I had not the slightest intention to make an intervention for Hochberg. Just the contrary, I was very glad that he's out, and we thought that this is the best time now to get rid of him and get every point which we considered very important for our work completely under our control in our hand. So in spite of it that Weissmann asked me to do it, I did not do anything for releasing him. I think even this was discussed later, and instead of starting to help him, it was completely agreed by all of us. Even if I remember, Dr. Winterstein was there too, who was vehemently against for doing anything for Hochberg. So we left the whole thing just die, and he came in, I don't know in which camp, whether he came to Ilava or he came into Nováky. Anyway, he came into the camp, and from this was the end of Hochberg career. Because after Hochberg, I came to Vyšliceny, and the very moment that Vyšliceny saw that his connection and his maybe the flow of money and many other things was not interrupted, and somebody else came to him who filled this gap. He didn't ask for release from Hochberg. He didn't even spoke with Hochberg anymore, and he dropped it immediately. So far, I think it's all what you would like to know about Hochberg.
Yes, I ask you one small question. You said me that engineer Dr. Kovács, Gezi Fleischmann, and you sometimes made even your spatial discuss, even to say anything to Weissmann and so on.
Yeah, this is really true. That there have been many times cases, especially if it was not one of the programs which Weissmann was interested, especially, or it was not some of the programs which Weissmann initiated. So that very often happened that Gezi Fleischmann, Dr. Kovács, and I were sitting and discussing certain matters which we preferred not to discuss with anybody else. Dr. Neumann was very often considered, especially by Dr. Kovács, is a little bit weak, and we have been sometimes had a feeling it's better if for certain things Dr. Neumann is not informed, because we had a feeling that sometimes he gets together with his friends and the Zionist organization, younger generation, and maybe speaks with them, and without even willingly or unwillingly is going to get out certain news which we considered much more important to be kept before the whole thing was not completely done. And because of that, very often happened that only three of us, we have been sitting in Gizi's office, discussing certain things in which we didn't got in anybody else, just three of us.
Other question is Rabbi Weissman writes that was not the whole group didn't agree with his Europa plan.
As I remember, I don't know whether it is the right word, didn't agree, but in a time where we had nearly the feeling that we are over the hump and the Slovak deportation is completely halted and came to a halt and there is no danger for deportation anymore, but it was not absolutely sure. And in this time, Weissman came with this fantastic idea that just as we have been working up to now for the saving of Slovak Jews, why don't we start now to do a so-called European plan and try now to find out and make the first steps to find out whether the Germans would be willing to make a much bigger helping action, which he called the European plan. Some of the members, naturally, by the first time they heard about it, they said that it's so fantastic and completely out of scale of our possibilities that they said not to even to consider it. And it was really Gizi Fleischmann and I, maybe through my youthful enthusiasm, and I like to try, and I thought, let's try it, why not? It's a wonderful idea. Just as we didn't believe that we are able to do something in Slovakia, why don't we try? I told Weissman that because I remember that he asked me whether I would be willing and would dare to submit it to Vyslitseny. And I told him, naturally, why not? Nothing can happen. In this time, the situation and the frankness of discussion between Vyslitseny and me was such that I didn't see any danger not to bring it up. And I told Weissman, I think it was a wonderful idea, let's try it. And I bring it up. The first thing what he can do is say no. And Gizi Fleischmann was the second in the group who said yes, she would very much like to see it, and at least let's bring it up.
Mm-hmm. So, Engineer Steiner, I will know if you remember any bulletins from the German minister to Bratislava, which came to your hand or hand of Rabbi Weissman or somebody from the group, how they came and what was in these bulletins and how you deal with all these bulletins.
Yeah, it was first it was hard me to remember, but I remember now that it is really true that somehow some so-called German from the German embassy bulletin came into our hand, and I think it came through the Orthodox Jews, who were the person, I don't know, but Weissman was the man who brought us and let us read it. I don't remember the exact things what was in it, but we very often, not very often, I don't know even how many we got, but we could see from that, and we can check that certain things, information which we got for Vyslitseny have been completely checked by this so-called bulletins which somebody else got from the German embassy. And I'm absolutely sure that it came through somebody from the Orthodox Jews. And this is how it came to Weissman, and from Weissman it came to us.
And why did you not deliver this to the West?
I don't know what was behind it, but I know that it must be maybe in Gizi's letters or somehow, because all the information which we got, it was all the time given to Gizi Fleischmann, and Gizi was the responsible person who gave the information which we assembled, and we got it, we reported to her, and she sent the information further to the West.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't know any reason why she wouldn't have sent this information to the rest too.
This information, as far as you remember, was only on the Jewish thing, or there were other information even there?
No, I remember. You see, now I remember that in one case, Weissmandl brought it, and in bulletins there have been sometimes things which related to the Jews, and quite a few times was absolutely no relation whatsoever to Jewish questions. They have been related to completely war and German, Slovak question, but had no relation whatsoever to us. Maybe this is a reason why they didn't send it.
But you could check, think what the Wyslicheni said you in these bulletins.
In a few cases, yes.
I see. Other question is, do you remember I asked you yesterday, we talked about the attempts, not attempt, but the idea to make some sabotage on the deportation lines. What do you remember on this?
If I am right, there have been two things. After we had the information about the location of the concentration camps in Poland, where the crematoriums are, there have been two things which Weissmandl tried to promote and get an action. Number one, to disturb the lines where the transport have been running, and number two, to bomb the concentration camps in Poland, especially the location of the gas chambers. This was put down in a map form and was sent, as I remember, to I don't know which have been the places, but it was sent to the English and to the Americans, and we asked that it should be bombed. Who made this connection? Who sent it out? Whether it was through Switzerland or whether it was through Constantinople, I don't know. But we got, and it's again, I don't know who got this answer, but I remember that Weissmandl, and we, all of us, we have been very angry about it, because it's supposedly the answer was that war is not guided and not done with emotions and with human emotions, but it is a too serious matter, and the airplanes have a much more important function to do, and they are not able to get a separate action to bomb the two locations which we tried to get.
I do not ask on this. I ask on if you know if Weissmandl has any plans of sabotage.
Weissmandl had some plan, but I don't know anything. You know, sometimes it happened, Weissmandl came really with sometimes so fantastic plans that it quite often happened that we just didn't believe, and maybe rightly or wrongly we laughed about it. And I remember he had some sabotage, and the tunnel was sometimes he supposed we should bomb, not bomb, to undermine the tunnel by Bratislava.
Yes, this is what I'm speaking.
This is what you're speaking about.
And he writes that Kovac said him once that you endanger our community, and the Slovaks know something about. So if you will continue, I have to say it to the police.
I don't know.
He wrote it.
I don't know.
So no, I will try.
I know only that he really once came with the idea that we should bomb the tunnel which goes out from Bratislava out, and every railroad has to go through.
I will now translate you other chapter of his writings. In the day of once in one of the Sabbats, I was in Nitra, in the room of Rabbi Ungar, you know.
Yes.
The Rabbi of Nitra. And came a special courier from the second house where was the telephone, and said that I have immediately to go to Pressburg, to Bratislava, because Wyslicheni arrived from Budapest, and the thing is about Hungary. So I traveled in the night of Sabbath, and in the mornings said me architect Steiner that Wisliceni talked to him a long time, and he after this he continued his way to Berlin, and he has to came back on Monday. And in this day he has to receive Wisliceni a letter to somebody who is in Budapest to go with him to discuss on challenging the plans of deportation from Hungary. And as said Miss Steiner, now came, Wisliceni said him that came the time of eating the fruits of the long job. Jetzt könnten sie die Fruchten genießen von einem neuen Europaplan. What do you remember about, this thing?
That's correct. That's exactly what he was writing. That,
can you give more details? All this discuss how he invited you, Wisliceni, what happened in all this?
I told you, I think yesterday that Wisliceni, anytime if he came from Hungary, he used to come to Bratislava, and our agreement was that anytime if he arrives here, he calls me immediately and he's going to me report what goes on. And we try now to check and guide him so much as we could in his activities, what he should do in Hungary, with whom he should get together, and try to influence him, because, and this was one of the cases where he came, and we asked him, Wisliceni was asked for us from the beginning that he should immediately start to work in Hungary in the same programs which we started to work with him in Slovakia. And the idea was that if we are able to get some Jewish partners to him with the same connections to the world Jews as we had it, so he is going to willing to sit down with them and discuss it.
But this was so hurry, or this thing, as he described it?
What is that?
So hurry.
It was hurry insofar because I had to have the letter in the next day, because he went down and he was back, and he told me that in the Monday morning, if he goes back to Hungary, he must have this letter, because the next time he would have been here maybe would have been a month or 2 months. So that's why we had to have the names. I think I remember now. Then the idea was that we are going to give them, Gizzy Flashman and Neumann, the others, will decide about a name for the Zionist organization. And Weissmandl should have the right to tell with whom Wisliceni should sit together and discuss it from the Orthodox. And that's why we had to have the opinion and the recommendation for Weissmandl.
I only forget to say you that I read from the book of Rabbi Weissmandl, Min HaMetzar, page 112.
Yeah, that's correct what he said.
Now, you mentioned me that you tried, not you, the group tried to come to relation with Czechia. What do you remember about this?
You know that this one of the actions, the only action I would say which we had with Terezin was the normal action through the Red Cross, sending cards, getting back cards. This was more or less to checking whether they live those whom we knew, but we never could get direct connection with Terezin. And this was one of the things which I submitted to Wisliceni after Gizzy Flashman asked me, that Wisliceni, through the other Hauptsturmführer who was in charge in Terezin, should try to make a direct contact so that through him we could have certain influence on certain things to know and establish some connection with Terezin. As I remember, Wisliceni tried to do it, and he was not successful. And what our idea was that if we are able to establish this connection terracing, we would be able to find out whether there is some underground movement or something in the checkpoints as we have it, and if not, we wanted to tell them that there are certain possibilities, like we are doing it here, and they should start not to do the same thing in checklands. But this was not successful.
Mm-hmm. No, how you think, how you can characterize the policy, now the second part of the fifth reel of testimony of engineer Steiner. I ask you, how can you, by your opinion, how do you think to characterize the so-called Jewish policy of the Slovakian government? What was, how you can characterize all your connection, the connection of group or the Jewish community with the institution of the Slovak state, and what do you think, what was the policy against or with the Jewish in Slovakia? And if I ask you the policy, because you yourself said me no once that it was not only Germany, policy of Germany. So how do you think, how you can recapitalize to make a final statement, how you think, describe and to judge all this time and these things what happened in this country?
No, you are right, this is a hard question. First of all, I would like to...
Perhaps you will think a bit.
Yeah. Now, I would like eventually to make one statement, which yes. I don't have even to think about it.
Yes.
That is definitely the anti-Semitism in Slovakia and the anti-Jewish characteristics of Slovak state and the tremendous anti-Jewish feelings of the leaders who were on the top of Slovak state are just as responsible for what happened to Slovak Jews, like what happened in as the Germans are.
Oh, excuse me that I disturb you here.
Pardon?
Excuse me that I disturb you, but I have such a feeling, and this is why I ask this question, because I have a feeling that it's a bit simplified. Never in Slovakia, never was any pogrom. You know it. In Slovakia, never was, only in 46 was a so-called ritual morte affair in Topolčany in 46.
That's right.
But never it was happening in Hungary, happening in Czechia, Pilsner, happening in Germany, but may perhaps happen, but we have no knowledge about these things. And I have many testimonies on this, that even during the state, many Slovaks
helped.
Not only helped, but not only helped for money, but really they felt bad about this what happened. So I cannot, I think is a bit simplifying only to say anti-Semitism, because it was and was not.
Yeah, this remark is true, because I know that quite a few Slovaks have been against what's happening, and even maybe have been sorry that what happened and tried to help. But what I'm speaking, what I saw on the leadership with whom I got in connection, on higher, on the intelligent level too, and on the lower levels, the Gardista elements and some Linkerpartei elements, they have been tremendously anti-Jewish, and whether it was to show the Germans that they are willing to go into the same thinking like the Germans are bringing now into Europe, that salvation of Europe is by cleaning out the Jewish element. Whether they believed in it that they are going to have a better life in the future, they are going to be richer by getting everything what the Jews had. Or maybe they believed in it that the Jews have been against them, as it was very often said by the newspapers and so on. I don't know. But I definitely see, compare it with Hungary. In Hungary it is absolutely sure that not only the requests of the Germans have been responsible that so quickly they did this deportation. The vehement agreement and the vehement going along with all these agreements and all these requests was partly responsible that so many things happened in Hungary. If the Slovaks wouldn't have, I don't think so that they could have objected completely. They couldn't have told the Germans, no, I'm not going to do it. Because there are very few, even bigger nations like the Slovaks wouldn't do that. You have here the northern states which couldn't do it. There have been only just I think only in Sweden where the king and the people just didn't went along with the request of the Germans.
Denmark.
Yes. Denmark, I mean. And so we see that it's not so simple not to go along with some request. I understand it. But it is a difference whether you do it and cooperate or don't like this what you have been told and make difficulty not to achieve it. The Slovaks, as I saw it, had absolutely not the slightest intention to make any difficulty to the request. They went along with the idea, they announced it, they didn't even after we told them what goes on. We didn't see the slightest regret about it. We didn't.
Yes, yes.
We didn't see any spontaneous willingness now to really to help us after we told them what goes on. So if the Slovak state as such, and the Slovak leadership as such, wouldn't have sometimes subscribed to this whole thing, this was the moment where they could have shown how they are against it, because it was really the highest inhumanity which they could, which they did. We proved them that it is inhuman. So all this together, and my meetings, by speaking with them, this cynicism, and which I encountered every time, constantly, is a proof for me that it was something which a Slovak didn't object it too much. And again, I speak about those with whom I've met, those in higher and in lower, which I think was representing what we consider the Slovak state. Is this what answers your question? Or
No, how to say, the microphone is free, and you can. I asked, what do you think? What do you feel to say? This is what I did in this. Simple, get a question to have your opinion about this thing as far as you think, and what do you think to say?
I think I don't know whether I could tell you anything more about it, because I definitely think that the guilt for what happened in Slovakia is not only a German guilt, it is absolutely for sure a Slovak guilt, because there's absolutely unwillingness to really help on their own, I'm sure. The Slovaks, here I'm pretty sure that we are right. On their own, without our interventions, without all the money which we gave them, there would have been not the slightest initiative to be helpful to us. And this is partly what I want to emphasize. This was which they have. This is on their negative side in anything what they are doing now. Even after the whole thing was over, the war was over, I didn't feel at all, in spite of it that they saw already what's going on, And sometimes I really, it was one of the reasons too where I felt so bad after the war in this surrounding. If the Slovaks could have now the opportunity to show how they are ashamed what happened, and it was pressed upon them what happened, but I didn't see this type of reaction whatsoever. I didn't see in the Tatra. The Slovak people have been not too cooperative in the time that I was working in the Tatra for the recreation of those who came back. I heard many remarks to that. They have been even angry. They came back, here they are again, and things like that. And this was already where there was no German pressure, there was no German commando, the war was won, and they have been too sympathetic to the whole thing, to the Jews who are coming back, and now the times again, back again, as it was, this type of remarks I heard very often. In Bratislava, for instance, I met with those who did so-called hitačkis, the police people and so on. Not the slightest regret in them was to be seen, and not the slightest regret or excusing what they did.
Now, my last question is, really last question. Do you think that we go open all this time and touch all not interesting, but all important questions, or are things what I do not know about, and you think that are important or at least interesting, and you will speak about them?
I would say that you really ask all the important questions in connection with this work which we did. What I would rather do, because it is really hard to remember many questions, I am going to read now again the book from Neumann. And if you leave me your symposium here which you had in Israel, I'm reading this too. And the very moment, if this helps me to remember certain things which I did not mention to you, I will write it down and send it to you.
Oh, so I have only to say thank you very much for your much time and much goodwill you spent for this so-called project. Thank you very much. What help you were satisfied with the aid? How you judge all this connection? And
I judge it what I told, what I maybe wrote down in connection with this children action. They helped as much as they could, but maybe they didn't help as much as they could have if they would have taken it more seriously. A Jew like Nathan Schwab or anybody who is outside is not able to visualize what is really the dangers and what really the situation really was there. Like maybe a rich man is not able to really visualize what a poor man's situation is in his living and in his thinking. The same thing maybe happened in this case. For us, it was nothing was enough what they did. And especially in connection with the European plan and the children action, there we definitely feel, and I agree with Weismandl, that I am absolutely sure that if we would have had a better understanding of the situation, if we would have got money, because money is just a piece of paper in our opinion, we would have been able, number one, to help more and save more Jewish lives as we did. But partly, I think I all the time thought that people outside of the boundaries didn't believe that what we are doing is really true, and didn't believe that if they would be sending us much more money, that the promised positive actions we would be able to get out from the Germans. And I think that the failure of them to give us everything what we ask for is this basic misunderstanding. And if they would have maybe they thought that what can a little group like this people really do, and they didn't believe in it, that we are really so strong as we told them that we are, and we maybe thought we
You
are.
think that you was really strong, or perhaps even Germans played with you?
Definitely a little bit played with us too. No question about that. But it came later at time where I had the impression that the Germans, especially on the time where we spoke with Wittgen, completely frank about it. Don't you see that you are losing and we are winning? This is maybe it sounds funny to you, but this conversation happened with Gysi Fleischmann too, and Wittgen, and I with Wittgen, where we completely openly spoke about it. Look at it, what the whole thing looks like. You are not going to win it. And according to this, he's trying to help us and doing to save himself, and maybe to try to maybe he was trying to get certain things to help the German army. I don't know, but there have been, my impression was that they really absolutely clearly said so and meant to keep their word if we are able to keep what we promised, and if we would have been able to do what they asked us to do. Here I don't know what was really the truth. Maybe you could help me. I remember the following thing: that the cry or the asking for help was sent so far, as I was told, it reached even Churchill or reached even Roosevelt. It's very, very high. And suddenly, through Salimaya or for somebody else, an answer came from the British War Ministry or I don't know where, that they said wars are not won by morals or by humanity thinking. Wars are won by because we asked for bombardment of the train, and we asked for bombardment of the already known locations of gas chambers. And this was refused because they said that the airplanes are used and are necessary for other purposes, and they are not going to be able to do such a separate action for bombarding this type of things. Why I'm pointing out is that this was the accepted philosophy outside, where they consider this little group of Slovak Jews or Hungarian Jews completely unimportant in connection with the huge big picture of the war. And this reflected naturally not only just as what I told you on the English and the Americans, but the English, American, and maybe other Jews are too.
Now I think we can turn to the question number 8. And in this question, you in the great part you give answers, and I think in the other part you have no answers. But as far as you have something new, please. What is your view on the ideological and educational work as far as the material assistance given to the center by the center, by UŽ, to the Slovakian Jewry in general and to the youth movement in particular?
Just as much as I told you that I knew that this was something which Gysi Fleischmann and Neumann handled, I don't know whether the Orthodoxy did something too, but they had a big movement that tried to help them first reschool them, to school them for from other knowledges and send them out to Israel. And
no, I speak about during the war.
During the war. The same thing, they tried very hard to use the work camps too. Yeah.
Yes.
In the work camp, the UŽ, especially under the leadership of the Zionist organization and Neumann, there was a big educational effort, special to teach them skills and teach them ideology and so on and so on. I know that it was going on all over. If I remember, they had even theater groups and cultural activities and many, many very fine programs.
But you had no connection.
No,
with
I had
this.
no connection with
I
it,
see. Now, question number 9. How did you find out about the arrival of the Auschwitz refugees? What action did you take in these connections? To whom and how was the information received, then given? Received, then given.
As I remember, the information from Auschwitz was...
No, perhaps we will go from the third part. How did you find out about the arrival of the Auschwitz refugees?
Not I didn't find out, but it was Weissman who found out. Weissman got this I really don't know, was it a letter or...
You know, maybe we go so. You know what I'm speaking about if I speak about the Auschwitz refugees?
Maybe I don't know.
I
yeah.
see. So it's
What
more
is?
important.
Yeah.
You know, in 43 escaped two young Slovakian Jewish from Auschwitz, and they was so successfully to came to Slovakia.
Oh yeah, I remember.
No,
That's
is
right.
even another question. How many they was? 2 or 4?
I don't know.
Mm.
I know the following thing. I remember the following thing. They came and they gave the information about the gas chamber. This was the time that this
Sure.
information of the gas chambers came. Now I
Sure.
remember. And not only that, they described the location and how it is done. And in my office we did a plan. Drew really a little map even.
Mm-hmm.
For the end. This little map was given to Weissmandl,
Yes.
and Weissmandl was supposed to send it to if I remember it, even number 1. That's correct. That's
It
it.
is a map?
That's correct. This was a map which we did in our office. That's correct. And this was sent to Weissman was supposed to send it and Gizzy Fleischmann. Something like this.
Mm.
Yeah, it's really amazing. I nearly forgot about it. And we made a few plans according to the description of this two and send it. It was supposed to be sent to everybody outside. Naturally to Schwab, to others, and I think it was even supposed to go to the Vatican, to the Pope, if I remember.
Mm-hmm.
This was again, I think, Weissmann's idea, that this is a moment where it would be necessary to really to stir up and start now to get everybody, because he said that nobody can know and be quiet without by knowing all this.
Mm-hmm.
What happened later and what was the reaction for the outside, I don't even know.
By the way, you think that you know only about these Jews who escaped, or you know about Polish refugees, Polish Gentiles who came to Slovakia, and you got from the information? You know something
I
about
heard about it, but who got it and who was it, I don't know.
I see. Now, you do not know more, only this what you said about what was the action with connections is.
That's correct.
Mm. What do you think? This information was sent only abroad, or was given even to the Jewish community in Slovakia?
As I know, it was given to the Jewish community too, and it
Where?
was given, I don't know, who distributed and where, I don't know. But I'm sure that it was given, and it was given even to the Slovaks, as I remember. This was, I think, if Rabbi Frieda took it to Sivak, and Rabbi Frieda took it to, I think so, even that he tried to take it to Tiso by himself, if I'm not mistaken.
Mm-hmm.
But I know that after this came known, everybody, every place where we had possibilities to go, we wanted to get it to be known.
Mm-hmm. You was during the last question is not so. Question number 10 is not so. I think for you is not so good, because you was not in Bratislava after the uprising.
No, I don't know
But
about it.
what do you remember about activities in the Jewish community during the uprising in Banska Bystrica? Do you remember something?
No, in Banska Bystrica everybody was so optimistic, we thought already that the war is won. and everybody was we felt so sure that from Banska Bystrica the Russians will be there in a few days or in a few weeks, and that all what is needed now to wait. And the only activity in Banska Bystrica was what I know from the Jewish partisans. I saw them. I met the Novak and Seradi boys there, met Havi Varaik, and met some of the American soldiers have been there who have been dropped in this area there, so that everybody was so excited. That was, I don't think so any activity was in connection with this.
No, I speak about for these people, for the Jewish refugees there.
For the Jewish refugees in Banska Bystrica?
Nothing. You know about, do you remember that during the uprising was all men was enlisted to army?
During the uprising?
To the uprising army?
No.
You was not.
We have been with a bit. Now I remember we had to work. In the time that I was in Banska Bystrica, the time that after suddenly they know that the Russians are not coming, so suddenly they started to make the fortifications, and I was working constantly on the fortifications.
I see.
Yeah.
I think that as I know, with this question we will finish very quickly, because most of the things we spoke about. Now I have many questions by this side about what was the opinion of the Jews in Slovakia on Uže in time of his his first time, as he was only built, composed, and during that time, and if they felt, the common Jewish in Slovakia, that this Uže, this Jewish council, is really working for them to help them.
In the beginning, as I remember, it was absolutely not accepted, but it was a hated organization. The Jews in Slovakia didn't like it, and I tell you very frankly, I myself didn't like it the first time that I was working there, because everybody knew that it is something which was forced upon, and everybody considered it as something which helps the Slovaks and Germans to do certain and finish their program. Don't forget one thing, in this time we already knew what happened in Germany, what happened in Austria, that we knew that it is partly of the system what the Germans all everywhere are doing. So naturally the Jews in large didn't like the Uže at all. But we later on, after the positive working from the, I say to Uže, because we have been members, even if we have been the so-called working group, we still have been Uže. So that this, I think, corrected many of the bad reputation of the Uže, and suddenly even the Slovak Jewry started to come to us for help. Anytime something happened somewhere, they knew that there is a group here who is willing and very eager to help. But the beginning have been not a good one at all, and they had all the right to be very angry about it, especially the Hochberg. Everybody knew that the Hochberg's so-called Sonder, I don't even remember what was the name of his department, Sonderauftrags department, something like that.
Yes.
Everybody knew that he is working for the German. That was our...
German?
For sure.
For the Gardis, for the Slovak.
Hochberg was working for in connection with the Vyslizeni, and everybody knew that he is Vyslizeni's tool. So naturally the hatred against him and the hatred against his department was tremendous. Not only by him, by me too. I just couldn't stand him, because this was one of the reasons why in the time that Hochberg was imprisoned, I was vehemently against trying to get him out. Because I knew that knowing what you can do if you positively start to influence, I knew how tremendous bad you can do if somebody is on this position and negatively influences. That was one of the reasons which which the people felt too, and naturally they hated it.
Why do you think Hochberg in this way? He was a bad man, or he thinks that he do good things, or what happened with Hochberg? Who was really this Hochberg? How you can describe him on all his activity?
Whether I really tell you that whether he was a psychopath or whether he was suddenly a small man became to power and he loved to do it, or he was one of those which we know that we had in the whole history on the German Jewish question. We had all the time not only traitors, we had Jewish boys who had been willing to work with Germans together and help them to do certain things which they wanted, even do more like maybe they expected for them to do. So whether he was one of those, or whether we only injected for some reason that he is one of those, I really don't know. But his reputation was that he is one of those who, instead of working for us, worked against us and was willing to work together with Wislitzen in the German part to make himself a hero in the eye of the German, not a hero in the eye of the Jews. Mm-hmm. I think this was and you remember that Hochberg was in the Banska Bystrica uprising, was taken prisoner, and by the partisan group from Banska, from Novaki, was judged, sentenced to death and immediately shot and executed.
Yes.
But this was Hochberg's reputation all over Slovakia.
But you know, how you know this, what you said me know? Which you have details of this or?
Not details, but in Banska Bystrica, for instance, I heard about it. From the boys from Novaki that told me about it, that Hochberg was, I don't know whether it said captured or they know it, or that somehow he came to Banska Bystrica, I don't know what it was.
And how who was sentencing, who was the judge?
I don't know.
You do not know any details?
No.
Mm-hmm. Now, the deportation of the families, did the the Jewish community in Slovakia know that it is coming a full deportation of all families,